Honorable members, please take your seat. Honorable members, I'm informed that we now have quorum to proceed with business of the day.
Correction and approval of records of votes of proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Thursday, 12 September 2024.
Honorable members, the records of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Thursday, 12 September 2024 is before us for correction and approval. Can any honorable member please move that the said record of votes and proceedings be considered and approved? Member for Opanyomi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to move the motion that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Thursday, 12 of September 2024 be considered for correction and approval. Thank you.
Any seconder, the member for Upper Fuladu.
Yes, I rise to second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Thursday, 12 September 2024 be approved. Any correction or observation from honorable members, if they are made, members may draw my attention by raising their tag. We will look at the record of votes by page, beginning with page 1. Honorable members, let's look at page 1. Honorable members, page 2. Page 3. Can we move to page 3, honorable members? Page 4. Page 5. What is this? Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Any order on page 7? Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Thursday, 12 September 2024 be approved without amendment. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Ministers reply. Order 100. Ministers reply to the report of the National Assembly's Committee on Public Enterprises on the activity and audited financial statement of state-owned enterprises for the year ended 31st December 2019 and 2020 by the Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs.
Yes.
Tradition, I think we expect to get the statement before us. I don't know, because I've looked at documents at my disposal. I've not seen anything yet. I don't know.
Member for Nyanija?
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I don't think so whether what the Honorable Member said. If you look at the standing order, he said within 30 days of a resolution of the National Assembly or adoption of
Order, Honorable Member, which order?
100, the one you reference. Order 100 shall provide a report to the minister under whose portfolio the matter rests in the report or contained in the assurances or resolutions fall shall provide a reply to the Assembly. So within 30 days.
Honorable members, yes, Law Salum?
Honorable Speaker, I think the member for Nyanija was calling an order and you don't make any ruling on that order. And again, I think you need to wake the Nyanija man up. He's sleeping.
Thank you, honorable members. Of course, in accordance with Order 100, that's why the minister is here today to reply. And as we speak now, his reply is being circulated or is being sent to the Assembly. But in any case, whether it has been circulated prior or not, that doesn't bar him from attending to his business today in accordance with Order 100. So we will proceed. Clerk? Clerk, let's proceed. Honorable members, after the adoption of the report of the National Assembly Standing Committee on Public Enterprises report on the activity and audited financial statements of state-owned enterprises for the year ended 31st December 2019 and 2020 in the previous session, the report was submitted to the government, in particular the Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs, for consideration and reply as per Order 100 of the Standing Orders of the National Assembly. Accordingly, the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs is scheduled today for reply to the report. May I now invite the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs to take the podium and make his statement. Honorable Minister, please.
Honorable Speaker and honorable members of the August Assembly, I stand before you to proffer a response to the resolutions of the Public Enterprise Committee of the National Assembly on the reports of the various state-owned enterprises. Particularly, the first item is on NAWEC 2019 report. The order of the response will be the recommendations of the committee and the response of the various state-owned enterprises on the actions proffered. I will begin with the first observations or recommendations of the NAWEC 2019 reports. And the first recommendation was that the board of NAWEC must ensure that the audit committee meets at least once every quarter. And the response thereto are as follows. As previously communicated, the board was dissolved by the government on the 30th of August 2018, and a new board was constituted in late 2018. The new board had their first meeting in January 2019, and the board committees were formed in the second quarter of 2019. The board audit committee was chaired by the then vice chairman. The committee held only one meeting before the resignation of the vice chairman in June 2019. In that meeting, the committee only reviewed the committee charter. The committee remained dormant after the vice chair resigned in 2019 until May of 2020, when the board recruited a new member to chair the Finance and Audit Committee. The long delay was because the board was focused on identifying a replacement with a strong finance and audit background. Since then, the board audit committee has been having its quarterly meetings and other meetings when required. The second point was that henceforth, the board and management must adhere to all GPPA procurement guidelines. Management response: in 2022, management formed a contracts committee headed by the Deputy Managing Director, which ensures that procurement guidelines as a state-owned enterprises are adhered to. C, that NAWEC must maintain an up-to-date asset register. Response: in 2021, NAWEC initiated a cleanup exercise of its financial records, starting with the financial year 2019. This included the reconciliation of the detailed fixed asset register to the balance sheet as of December 31st, 2019. This continued with 2020 and 2021 financial transactions up to the time of migrating into a new enterprise resource ERP planning system with fully integrated detailed fixed asset register. In 2022, the finance team embarked on a countrywide fixed asset verification and tagging. D, that board and management must ensure monthly reconciliation of all NAWEC accounts. Response: we assume this refers to bank accounts and would like to inform that all NAWEC bank accounts are currently being reconciled at least on a monthly basis. One of the key challenges with regard to this in the past has been the fact that NAWEC maintained too many bank accounts with too many banks. The process for rationalizing NAWEC's banking relationship was planned and implemented through a banking services tender process, which ended up reducing the number of banking relationships from 13 banks to only 3 by the first quarter of 2022. This has made it possible for NAWEC to streamline the process of bank reconciliation and ensure that there is proper and timely monitoring of bank transactions and facilitate periodic reconciliation. The finance team is currently working on perfecting this process by examining solutions that will enable integration of transactions from the bank's platforms into NAWEC's ERP system to enable automated reconciliation. E, that immediately management cancels the overdraft facility of 77.2 million, considering the fact that the company has a huge cash balance that can be used for its operation. At the time of this writing, NAWEC has no overdraft facility. F, that the board investigate the net variances of 34.7 million and adjustments to the books are made accordingly on or before 30th of June 2024, failure of which the Auditor General investigates the matter and report to the committee latest 31st October 2024. This adjustment was part of the 196.542 million, which was adjusted as write-off or correction with trade payables as part of the 2019 cleanup. The justifications were documented in a memo which was presented to the Board of Directors of NAWEC. The board approval and the accompanying memoranda are attached. It is, however, important to note that this write-off was necessitated by the need to clear up balances in time for migration into a new integrated management system, which could guarantee the integrity of the financial reporting in a manner in which the previous system never was able to do. This issue is now resolved. We now have a regular vendor reconciliation system in place that keeps track of the unreconciled accounts and ensures prompt correction is done. From the Board of Directors' perspective, enough has been done to prevent recurrence. We will, however, welcome and cooperate with any investigation from the Auditor General in this regard, as alluded. G, that the board must investigate the manual journal postings made into the account totaling 569,895,320 net and provide supporting documents to those adjustments to the Auditor General for verification on or before 31st of May 2024, failure of which the Auditor General investigates the matter and report to the committee latest 31st of October 2024. Response. This amount is in fact 604,041,000 and not 569,895. There was a mathematical error in the table presented by the auditors on page 20 of the management letter. As documented in the attached reconciliation table of trade payables, there are accompanying journals with an explanation for adjustments, one of which is the write-off of 34.7 million discussed in the previous point. The documentation submitted to the auditors in connection with the audit included as detailed information was possible, and the auditors were informed of the availability of additional information to be presented upon request. The aggregated details and the reference journals are presented below for reference and the file attached to this response for guidance. From the Board of Directors' perspective, enough has been done to prevent recurrence. We will, however, welcome and cooperate with any investigation from the Auditor General in this regard, and the table below has given the reconciliation of the various movements. H, that management must ensure regular reconciliations are performed between MOFIA and NAWEC for loans guaranteed by the Government of the Gambia. At the time of writing this report, NAWEC under the Finance Directorate has reconciled 5 out of the 7 loans guaranteed by the Government of the Gambia. Unfortunately, the reconciliation of the 2 pending loans is challenging due to the unavailability of information from those who were involved in the project. NAWEC will continue its effort to ensure that these loans are reconciled and implemented, and implement periodic reconciliation with MOFIA by end of 2024. That by 30th of June 2024, the Memoranda of Association of NAWEC must be updated to reflect the debt conversion to equity of 2.6 billion by the Government of the Gambia to make the necessary adjustment in the authorized capital structure and must notify the Registrar of Companies as required by Section 81 of the Companies Act 2013. Management response. The Memorandum of Association of NAWEC has been updated to reflect the debt conversion to equity of 2.6 billion. J, that the reason for overstatement of 4.8 million posted into the cost of sales account must be investigated by the board and details furnished to the Auditor General for confirmation on or before 31st of May 2024, failure of which the Auditor General investigates the matter and report to the committee latest 31st of October 2024. Management response. As previously discussed, the old ERP system was based on manual journal entries. These entries were done by staff of the Finance Department, and there was a process in place for review by a supervisor prior to postings. This was designed to ensure that existence of the 4 I's principle in the accounting of transaction. Unfortunately for this particular transaction, there appears to have been a failure of controls that should have detected the error in the initial postings. The document, that is the invoice, which forms the basis of the transaction, had 1 zero less than the posted amount, which is a result of human error and subsequent failure of manual controls. K, that the board and management must ensure that the unretired impress of 960,000 is fully refunded by the impress holder on or before 30th of June 2024, failure of which appropriate recovery mechanism should be instituted by the relevant authority. Management response. The write-off of the impress being highlighted relates to transactions from 2014 to 2018. All impress outstanding from 2019 to 2021 were followed up and cleared during the review of the accounts of 2019 in 2021. This work was quite tedious and time-consuming, and therefore, based on a cost-benefit analysis, we did not go into the review of balance older than 2019. It is, however, important to note that the experience from the reviewed balances in 2019 to 2021 revealed that a good number of balances were retired, but this was not reflected due to errors in postings. There were, however, instances where staff did not retire, and when contacted, they provided documents, and a few as also had to pay back cash they did not spend or retire. That was the response for the NAWEC accounts of 2019. Now we move on to NAWEC reports of 2020. The recommendations of the committee were A, that immediately the board and management must ensure that policy on the conflict of interest is put in place, up to date, and signed annually by all board members and staff. Furthermore, the Internal Audit Committee Charter and the manual must be updated by the end of June 2024. The policy on conflict of interest has already been approved by the Board of Directors in April 2024, and implementation has started with members of the Board of Directors and senior management. The policy requires all staff of NAWEC to declare and sign declaration of conflict of interest. B, that the IGP investigate the contract awarded to Kute Jombul Electrical Engineering Services owned by a member of staff totaling 1.036 million and report to the committee by the end of June. NAWEC will fully cooperate with the Office of the Inspector General of Police to investigate the contract awarded to Kute Jombul Electrical Engineering Services. As at the time of writing this report, NAWEC was not contacted by the IGP's office. We therefore seek guidance as to how to proceed with this resolution. C, that the board and management must ensure that a health and safety policy is developed, approved, and rolled out to all staff on or before 31st of May 2024. Response management and the health and safety policy has already been approved by the Board of Directors. D, that NAWEC ascertain and reconcile the outstanding amount of 236,479,109 at the latest end of May 2024. Otherwise, the IGP investigates the matter and report back to the PEC. Response. Reconciliations have been performed monthly. Unfortunately, the old system for billing allowed the retrospective adjustment of revenue amounts if an error is identified. This leads to the risk that even when a reconciliation is done for a particular month and the customer services and finance balances reconcile at the time, subsequent adjustments may be done by both finance and customer service teams for periods already reconciled. The annual reconciliation and monthly reconciliation would have captured and corrected this error before the audit. However, this issue is now a thing of the past with the implementation of the IMS, which has controls to not only prevent retrospective adjustment of historical data, but also transmit data between the two systems through an integration that requires no human intervention. From the Board of Directors' perspective, enough has been done to prevent recurrence. We will, however, welcome and cooperate with any investigation from the Inspector General of Police in this regard as alluded. E, that the Board must ensure that NAWEC's management retires the interest of 1.5 million in full by the end of May 2024. The interest was paid to the Ministry of Petroleum and Energy as NAWEC's contribution towards inauguration of the Kiang electrification project in 2020. During the review of the accounts for 2020, Ministry of Petroleum and Energy was contacted to retire the interest. The Ministry provided retirement of the amount of 750,000 related to the expenditure by the Ministry. However, 750,000 was not retired with its receipt documenting how the money was spent. The documentation from the Ministry of Petroleum and Energy indicated that the amount was paid to the then Governor of CRR, Honorable Abasanya. F, that the Board and management must ensure that a debt recovery policy is put in place and current corporate service policy be amended to ensure that before staff leave NAWEC, all outstanding debts must be fully liquidated. Response. The process of drafting a comprehensive debt recovery policy is ongoing. However, the implementation of the debt recovery plan and the current credit control policy is being applied to manage credit risk and debt recovery. The new debt and updated recovery policy should be in place before the end of 2024. Okay. That G, that NAWEC liaises with all commercial banks operating in the country to determine the accounts held in their name and those managed by projects under its authority on or before 30th of April 2024. Management response. The process of obtaining a comprehensive overview of all accounts held by the commercial banks operating in the Gambia was carried out in 2021 in connection with the rationalization of banking relationships, which was conducted through a tender process as described above. This resolution is therefore considered to be overtaken by events. That concludes the response of management to the PEC recommendations of NAWEC. We now move on to the Gambia Printing and Publishing Corporations, which is the second SOE. That by December 2024, the board and management must ensure that GPPC adequately insure its fixed assets to mitigate risk. Management has already engaged an insurance company through an agent to adequately insure all fixed assets by December 2024, and the agent is currently working on it. B, that immediately the board and management must ensure that all statutory deductions are done and on time to avoid the risk of penalties being imposed on the corporation. Response, the board and management ensured that all statutory deductions are done on time. However, because of cash flow situations, not all deductions are paid to the institutions immediately. Meanwhile, an agreement is made between the GPPC and those institutions to be paying certain amounts against the arrears until the corporation is able to fully settle the amount. C, that the board and management must ensure that an up-to-date loan policy is put in place by end of September 2024. Furthermore, all outstanding loans must be followed, recovered, and furnish the committee with evidence of follow-ups and the repayments of these loan balances latest December 2024. Response: the board and management have engaged a consultant to develop an up-to-date loan policy before the due date. However, some of the staff have already completed their payment. Some are paying based on an agreement with us. There is only one who is not responding, and management has finally written to him threatening legal action if he did not respond. D, that the board must ensure that there is a comprehensive board charter and functional board subcommittees by 31st of May 2024. Response: management has already developed a board charter through the Directorate of Internal Audit of Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, and there is already a functional board subcommittee. The Ministry of Finance, that Mafia and Accountant General must enforce the provisions of the Act to use GPPC for exclusively printing of revenue earning materials immediately. Management has severally written through its line ministry to ensure that all government revenue earning printing materials should be printed with GPPC. However, not all institutions are adhering to this. That Mafia ring-fence the budget lines for printing in all MDAs. Management is engaging Mafia to ensure that this is done by December 2024. That concludes the response on the GPPC. Now we go on to Civil Aviation Authority. 2020 accounts. That the board must ensure that the corporation complies with all relevant provisions of the GCCA Act 2018. Management response: the resolution on compliance with the GCCA Act is noted. The board continues to ensure that management complies with the relevant provisions of the Act in the performance of its function. B, that the board and management to adopt receivable management policy. Furthermore, the board furnishes the committee with details of debts that are not recoverable and details of amounts paid by Atlantic Express Air to the Gambia Police Force latest 31st of May 2024. Management response: the authority's financial accounting manual has provision for bad debts as well as covering the issue of receivables and other accounting matters. Therefore, it is the authority's position that developing a separate receivable policy will be a duplication since the accounting manual sufficiently deals with this issue. With regards to the issue of Atlantic Express, the authority cannot furnish the amount of the money paid to the police. The authority wishes to clarify that it did not authorize the proprietor of Atlantic Express to pay the airline's outstanding invoices to the Gambia Police Force, and the Gambia Police Force did not provide any information on the payment. C, that the board and management must develop a fuel allocation and distribution policy latest 31st of May 2024. The authority has finalized the development of a fuel allocation and distribution policy, and the draft document will be tabled at the next board of directors meeting for review and endorsement. This policy will greatly enhance the fuel management process and will make the allocation and distribution stages more efficient. That the Auditor General conduct a special audit on the overdraft facility and financing facility with Megabank Gambia and Zenith Bank Gambia Limited, and respectively, and report back to the committee latest 30th of September 2024. Noted. However, we wish to clarify that Megabank facility is not an overdraft and is not being treated as such. It is a loan that the government directed for civil aviation to contract as the government's counterpart contribution towards the Banjul International Airport improvement project. In fact, government has committed to paying the loan, having already made 2 installment payments, while GCAA has also made series of payments. Appendix 2 attached to this document specifies the aforementioned repayments. On the issue of Zenith Bank Limited, the authority has already had an overdraft facility with the bank with a limit of 13 million. However, in 2020, the authority had issues paying salaries and also taking care of other critical operational issues at the airport as a result of the negative impact of the COVID-19, which had decimated the airport air transport industry and ground it to a halt. Due to the evident need to take care of these pressing issues, the authority wrote to Zenith Bank to increase overdraft limit. The bank informed the authority that such an approval could only be granted by the head office in Nigeria, where the request was sent, even though GCA was granted a temporary approval to go beyond the limit pending the decision from Zenith Bank headquarters. Management is pleased to report that there is no longer an overdraft with the bank. That the board and management must ensure that the authority keeps an updated fixed asset register and these assets are adequately insured latest by 31st December 2024. The authority has conducted a fixed asset verification exercise and the register has been subsequently updated, whilst an asset valuation exercise has also been done. In terms of insurance coverage, the airport liability insurance covers the Banjul International Airport and the relevant assets in the airport. F, that the board, SOE Commission, and Ministry of Finance must comprehensively review the authority's liquidity position and take steps to improve the authority's financing structure to minimize the current going concern latest 31st of July 2024. The liquidity situation of the authorities is greatly influenced by the long-term foreign currency airport development loans on its books. These loans continue to affect the authority's financial statement. For instance, in 2022, the authority was able to turn its operating loss of 32.7 million from the preceding year to an operating profit of 199.3. However, despite these gains, the authority could not convert the same into a net profit with a net loss with the exchange differences of the long-term development loans contracted by the government, accounting for 82.25% of the aforementioned loss. The foreign exchange loss and the interest charge in 2022 was 531 million and 149 million in 2021, which significantly exceeded total operating expenses. Therefore, it has been urgently imperative for government to take these loans off the books of the authority by transferring them into equity. As a result, Cabinet has approved the recommendation of the study on the decoupling of GCAA to transform these loans into equity, and we await its implementation. It is considered position that once this is done, the authority's liquidity position will be transformed. G, that the board management must ensure that all statutory payments are made on time and effective loan policies in place by December 2024. Management response: payments of the authority's statutory deductions are up to date, and this can be verified from the Gambia Revenue Authority. With regards to loans policy, the issue of loans is adequately governed by the staff service rules. H, that the board and management must ensure that all travel agencies are registered with GCAA and enforcement action taken for those that fail to register by the end of June 2024. Management response: in a bid to enhance compliance with the regulations by travel agencies, the authority has conducted inspections of all agencies to ensure that they are duly registered to operate. The committee will be furnished with the updated report and release of agencies by the end of the second quarter. That concludes the response of the civil aviation. We now deal with the GAMTEL 2020 reports. Recommendation for the PEC: A, that the board and management must ensure that an up-to-date asset register is in place by 31st of December 2024. Management response: work in progress as updates are made when assets are procured, revalued, and disposed. B, that the board and management must ensure the institutions adhere to GPPA Act 2022 and other relevant laws. Management response: this is noted. Management is also working with the GPPA in a quest to build the capacity of the Contracts Committee on the new Act of 2023 and other relevant laws. That the board and management must ensure all tax and other statutory obligations are reported and paid on time to avoid penalties. Management is now on track filing the tax obligation to GRA as they fall due to avoid penalties. D, that the board and management must ensure that a fraud policy is put in place by the end of June 2024. Management response: this is partially captured in the staff service rules. Notwithstanding, management has seen the need to have in place a broader policy to address issues of fraud, which is a work in progress. E, that moving forward, the board and management must ensure that the policy on payment of training allowance to staff is reviewed to avoid double payment of allowances, trainer and the institution. This is noted and addressed. F, that the board and management must ensure that GAMTEL deducts the 10% withholding tax on time from any payment it makes to its suppliers and to keep a well-organized filing of all certificates for future reference. This is also addressed. That's management response. 5, GAMTEL 2020 reports. Management, the response of the Public Enterprise Committee were: A, that the board and management must ensure an up-to-date asset register is in place by 31st of December 2024. Response: the financial manual is done and being reviewed by an independent consultant. B, that the board must ensure that management put in place a receivable management policy by December 2024 and engage the legal department to institute recovery actions for the pending ones. Receivable management policy: currently there is no receivable policy, but generally customers are required to pay within 30 days. However, the receivable policy is being developed. Customers who fail to pay after a long period are engaged through the legal department for recovery. C, that the board and management must ensure that an updated fixed asset register is in place by end of June 2024. Management response: fixed asset register already in place. D, that the board and management must ensure that there are compliance guidelines for stores keeping regulations by end of 2024 June. Management response: storekeeping, there is no written guidelines. However, we adhere with standard procedures of storekeeping regulation. However, the guidelines will be incorporated in the financial manual. That the board and management must ensure that there is a new billing system in place by end of December 2024. Billing system, the bidding is finalized and is currently at the contract negotiation stage. F, that the board and management must ensure that all contracts are done in accordance with GPPA rules and regulations. Management response: GAMTEL observes and comply with GPPA rules and regulations. As a result, it is granted the authority to conduct procurement in-house. 6, this is for the Social Security and Housing Finance Corporation 2020 reports. A, that the board and management must ensure regular review and reconciliation of contribution arrears schedule. Now that there is regular reviews, reconciliations on the arrears schedule, minimum on a quarterly basis, this review and reconciliation is between Finance and Operations Department. B, that the board and management must ensure that title deeds for all properties of Social Security are obtained on or before November 2024. Management response: a ministerial approval was granted for the allocation of guest houses to the corporation that will enable the leasing to commence. However, due to change of administration and other development at the ministry, all approvals for allocation reportedly are to be revisited before effecting allocations. C, that the board and management must ensure that the corporation keeps an up-to-date register, fixed asset register, latest June 2024. Management response, the fixed asset register is up to date. D, the board and management must ensure that housing records are updated and all outstanding mortgage balances are settled by end December 2024 or taking necessary measures immediately, or take necessary measures. Response, Solai law chambers have been instructed to file suits against all remaining mortgage defaulters in Brusubi not taken to court before, including the ones with the judgments but not implemented, while Howard Sabali handles the canvassing and some Brusubi defaulters at the courts. Item 7, that is the Gambia International Airlines 2020 reports. That the management and board must ensure that the differences of $842,074 is investigated and furnished the committee with details latest end June 2024 recommendation. Impress balance as per the finance records to be reconciled with the records maintained by internal audit unit. Management response. Management have noticed that internal audit does not hold special accounts that keeps track of all impress issued, while accounts department creates a separate accounting code which contains all impress issued and released to the income statement when retired. Management has since then urged internal audit to reconcile the impress account held with the finance, implemented no recurrence in 2022-21. That the board and management must ensure that the institution comply with the GPPA rules and regulations, implemented no recurrence in 2021. That the board and management must ensure that an up-to-date fixed asset register is in place, latest by June 2024. Response, the above assets were due to routine maintenance, but because of the pandemic, the maintenance plan has been rescheduled to match the timing of the cash flow. D, the board and management must ensure that the impress of 835,185 is retired by 1st May 2024, and that the details of such retirement be furnished to the Auditor General for verification latest end of December 2024. The impress account has materially reduced compared to the previous year. Most of the impress taken in 2020 has been retired in 2021, implemented. E, that the board and management must ensure that all bank accounts are regularly reconciled. Management should ensure that regular bank reconciliation statements are prepared and reviewed to ensure that unauthorized transactions are detected and corrected on time, and dormant accounts should be closed if they are no longer needed. Management response, 2 bank accounts, Access Bank Hajj and Cargo Complex Dollar account has been closed as at the time the accounts are prepared, and they will not appear in next year's account. Cargo Complex Dalasi account is subject to disagreement between the Ministry of Trade and the GIA as to who to claim the balance. Implemented. F, that the board and management must ensure that all funds in the Hajj current account are strictly monitored, and management must forthwith desist from using it for other operational activities. The management of GIA are committed to honoring its obligation to the pilgrims, and this has been the manifest over the 2 years. There have never been any time where intending pilgrims request for refund and he or she was asked to wait. That the board and management must seek legal advice before writing down the long-standing payable of $26,709,147. The above account payable has been extensively discussed in management and the board level. This accounts payable has been in our books spanning over a decade, and the suppliers do not even exist. It is on this basis that the board came up with a resolution to systematically reverse the above balance. GRTS response to the 2020 accounts reports. That the board and management must ensure the development of a risk management framework and establishment of a risk management department by the end of December 2024. Management response. Management is currently working on the risk management framework, which is set to be completed before the end of the year. The management and administration of this risk shall be bestowed on the compliance department, who will identify the focal individual instead of creating a separate department, of which in the long run will increase the staff number and cost. B, that the board and management must ensure receivable accounts are reviewed and updated regularly. Management response. The management has set up a debt recovery committee with directive from the board of directors in order to recover outstanding debts and prevent further recurrence and make comprehensive credit control policy before the end of the year. C, that the board and management must develop credit control and impairment policies latest December 2024. Management response. Debtor balances were thoroughly reviewed, updated, and recommendations for write-off proposal, as well as provisioning impairment policy was sent to the board for consideration and approval. D, that the Auditor General must investigate the status of $1,845,500, which is equivalent to $37,792,100 from the Social Security, which was omitted from GRTS payable records, and report back to the committee by end July 2024. Management response. The Social Security initiated a civil suit against GRTS. As a result of this, was recognized as a contingent liability in 2021 financial statement. However, the final judgment from the court is that the GRTS has no obligation to pay for this amount. E, that the board and management must investigate and reconcile the noted difference of $555,572 in their payables latest by end June 2024, failure of which the Auditor General investigate the matter and report to the committee latest 31st of October 2024. Management response. A thorough reconciliation was done between GAMTEL and GRTS and accepted by both parties. 9. Asset Management Recovery Corporation 2020 reports. That the board and management must put in place adequate disaster recovery plan to ascertain swift restoration of systems and operations latest by end December 2024. Management response. Not implemented. AMRC is in a liquidation process. B, that the board and management must ensure that all valuable assets of the corporation are adequately insured latest in December 2024. Response. Management implemented. C, the Ministry of Finance, board and management must put in place effective payment plan to recover all outstanding loans latest in December 2024. Not implemented. AMRC is in a liquidation process. Item 11, that's the Gambia Postal Service Corporation GAMPOST 2020 reports. A, that the board and management must develop an integrated enterprise resource planning and a comprehensive ICTC policy that will set out the rules and procedures for all employees latest December 2024. Management response. GAMPOST has partially complied and implemented the recommendation of the auditors relating to point 2.1 of the 2020 management letter, except for the development of the IT policy. Management has keen interest in this and is working with the IT department and other stakeholders to develop one for the corporation. B, that the board and management must ensure that there is a proper box management system in place latest in December 2024. Management response. GAMPOST has partially implemented the recommendation of the auditors as per the auditor's recommendation of point 3.1 of the 2020 management letter. The management has engaged the solution provider to even further enhance the software to a web-based platform. This will help to generate results in real time. C, that management and board and management must ensure that a joint stock count is conducted annually by the storekeeper and the internal audit unit, and a periodic reconciliation of the general ledger to the store's record. Management response: as per the issue of the stock counting, as reported in points 4.2 of the 2020 management letter, we hereby declare full implementation of the recommendation. D, that the board and management must ensure that a periodic bank reconciliation is done and the said long outstanding lodgement is followed up and resolved latest by 31st of July 2024. Management response: management has fully implemented the recommendation of the auditors by ensuring timely reconciliation and taking necessary measures on all long outstanding reconciliation items. 12, that is now the National Food Security Processing and Marketing Corporation 2020 reports that the SOE Commission, board and management must strategize and consider improving its financial performance to continue business as a going concern. Management response: management would like to outline that several strategic measures are being put in place to improve the financial performance of the National Food Processing and Marketing Corporation. We have already developed a strategic document currently in draft form aimed at addressing operational bottlenecks and avoidable losses during trade seasons. These bottlenecks include high transport costs, significant shortages from CPMS, high levels of dust and foreign materials in the purchased products, the low capacity of our aging machinery, and high finance costs. The cumulative impact of these issues amount to over 250 million, which strains our cash position and performance. To mitigate these challenges, we are leveraging the commission of our new co-generating shell and crushing plant and shift from the current model of paying for farmer stock at farm gates or secos to paying at our depots after all quality control measures are administered. Additionally, recapitalization efforts will empower the corporation to build its own working capital, reducing reliance on bank financing. These strategic actions are essential for enhancing our operational efficiency and financial stability. Action: devise a mechanism to reduce the level of dust foreign materials purchased along with the farmer stock and to curb shortages by paying for products at depot level after screening and quality control has been administered. Commission the new shelling and crushing plant to increase capacity and efficiency. Timeline December 2024. That the government board management must put in place strategies and measures that there is always adequate farmer stock to remain consistent with its core business of wholesale buying and exporting of the country's groundnut annually. Management response. In response to the above resolution, we have implemented several strategic initiatives. We are working closely with the government for the distribution of fertilizer at affordable prices while ensuring accessibility to farmers. This guarantees a steady supply of quality groundnuts. Additionally, pricing and access to markets during harvest is a priority for the government and the corporation. We are enhancing our supply chain management practices to ensure timely procurement and processing of farmer stock for quick export by improving our logistical capabilities and storage facilities and enhanced capacity to enable us to absorb up to 50,000 metric tons. Action: ensure farmers have access to the market at a competitive price for their produce. 2, ensure farmers have access to fertilizer for enhanced quality of nuts. Timeline December 2024. That management and board must put up strategies to avoid taking overdrives where possible and ensure that a documented policy is put in place to make it possible. Management acknowledges the resolution mentioned above, recognizing its significance in guiding our financial practices. It is crucial to underscore that without recapitalization, the corporation may need to resort to bank financing to support its operation. Nevertheless, we are committed to implementing a rigorous financial policy design to enhance our cash flow management and minimize dependence on overdrafts. Already, the corporation incorporates stringent guidelines and measures for financial planning, budgeting, and expenditure control, ensuring that our operations remain sustainable and aligned with our financial capabilities. Action: develop documented policy to avoid taking overdrafts where possible. 2, follow up on the recapitalization effort for the upcoming budget through our line ministry. Timeline, December 2024. D, that the corporation must consider other alternative sources of transportation, such as river floaters. The corporation recognizes the strategic advantage of river transport and currently maintains a fleet comprising of 2 tugboats and 10 barges for transporting farmers' stock, fertilizers, and other commodities. However, it is important to note that our tugboats are aging and the associated maintenance costs are escalating. Action: work with government and partners for new tugboats and bigger capacity of barges to facilitate river transport. Timeline, December 2024. That the board and management must put in place an up-to-date policy and loan policy, an up-to-date loan policy, devise a way to recover their bad debts, and provide lists of debtors that are not recovered by June 2024. Management response: a credit risk policy was developed by the Strategic Development and Planning Department, and it was validated by management and currently at board level. This will enable us to put in place measures to reduce our risk exposures and strengthen due diligence process. However, management rigorously chase after slow-paying debtors and non-performing loans are at reasonable levels. Action: finalize the credit policy. Timeline, September 2024. That the board and management must establish a risk management unit to help mitigate and manage risk by end December 2024. The corporation currently has a legal department and internal audit department, monitoring and evaluating unit, and credit control functions under the finance department. These are the apparatus being used for the mitigation of risk. However, management notes the resolution and will work towards the set timeline to establish the unit. Action: establish a risk management unit to help mitigate and manage risk by end December 2024. Timeline, end December 2024. 13, that is the Gambia Ports Authority reports of 2020. A, that the board and management must prepare formalized policies and procedures on loans and grants to dock workers latest end December 2024. Management response: the dock workers are no longer under the management of GPA. A new company called Dock Labor Company Gambia Limited has been incorporated and all dock workers transferred to the company. All loans owed to the GPA by the dock workers were fully liquidated from their severance packages paid at the time of their transfer to the new company. Currently, there is no liability owed to the GPA by the dock workers. B, that immediately the board and management must desist from using donation votes as incentive to staff and must ensure that GPPA procurement guidelines are strictly adhered to. Management response: management has since stopped buying phones for the management staff after receiving advice to desist from the practice by the PEC committee during the consideration of the 2020 financial statements and activity report. C, that the board and management must ensure that the differences noted between the payable balance and the confirmed balance be investigated and reconciled with the relevant suppliers latest December 2024. Management response: the difference between the payable balances and the confirmed balances for the year ended December 2020 has since been reconciled. We have also concluded the year ended December 2021 and 2022 financial statement and reconcile all payable accounts. D, that management must provide the revised agreement and the difference noted between the payable balance and the confirmed balance must be investigated and reconciled with the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs and report back to the committee. The Internal Audit Directorate of the Ministry of Finance has conducted special exercise in early 2024 to reconcile all payables within PEs and the government, that is Ministry of Finance. The exercise took about 2 weeks, in which all payables among PEs were established and reconciled. As such, inter-PE payable settlements have started. E, that the board and management must ensure that all waivers and rebates granted to customers are appropriately and completely accounted for. Management response: a committee has since been set up in March 2024 tasked with reviewing and advising management regarding all requests for waivers received for shore handling charges. Other waivers granted to shipping lines are accounted for, as these are guided by tariffs giving incentive to shipping lines when certain thresholds in terms of volume of imports and exports have been achieved. F, management must account for impairment of these assets to reflect their appropriate values in the financial statements. Furthermore, that the differences noted by the auditors must be investigated and reconciled accordingly. Management response: the differences noted by the auditors in the impairment of assets are all accounted for and reflected in the 2021 and 2022 financial statements. Assets without economic values due to obsolescence or damage were written off from the books of GPA. Item 14, that is the Gambia Ferry Services Corporation 2020 reports. That the board and management must ensure all overdrafts are supported with agreements/facility letters and bank account in the name of GPA to be regularized to bear the correct name latest July 2024. Management response: management explained that previously a gentleman agreement was used to secure overdrafts, but recently the company has not been taking overdrafts. All payments are only done when funds are available. On the account in the name of GPA Standard Chartered Bank to be regularized to bear the name of the GFSC, management explained that the account is dormant and need to be closed. The board will have to give approval for its closure. B, that the board and management must ensure there is up-to-date loan policy latest December 2024 and follow up on these existing ex-staff loans. Management response: management noted that the loans are stated in the service rules and the DHRA is tasked to lift them to create the policy. On the debt on ex-staff loans, the Social Security and Housing Finance Corporation benefits usually cover the loans. However, some staff who are late have a loan balance, while some ex-staff who made payment plans with the company and did not follow up with the payment. The meeting agreed for finance to provide the list of all ex-staff with loan balance and for the collateral of the loan to be used to recover the loan on miscellaneous vehicle, motorcycle for the guarantor to pay the loan. The family/ex-staff be contacted first for building loan and guarantors be contacted for other loans. C, that going forward, the board and management must ensure personnel from internal audit unit witness the fuel delivery and sign off the fuel delivery forms. There is management response. There is a wide list comprising of SIS, audit, ferries, security, revenue controls, police, safety and compliance, and technical staff who are currently present during the refueling. D, that the board must ensure that management conduct another head count immediately to make sure that personnel are present and working for the company as per the payroll. Management response: internal audit to complete the head count in the next few weeks. E, that the board and management must come up with a bonus policy and to link such a policy with performance latest September 2024. Management response: as part of the 2025 budget preparation, a matrix will be developed to track performance and provide the basis in key performance indicators for the payment of bonus going forward. G, that board and management must ensure an up-to-date service rule is in place and management must ensure compliance with its latest 31st of July 2024. Management response: service rules is already in place. H, that the board must ensure that the board subcommittees are in place and functional. Response: Finance and Audit Committee are operational, HR and other subcommittees are not operational. Item 15, that is the Gambia National Petroleum GNPC 2020 reports. That the board and management must ensure that fixed asset register is up to date, latest end December 2024. Management response: the fixed asset register has been up to date. That the board and management must ensure that the legal paperwork of all stations and must ensure that title deeds are obtained latest 31st December 2024. Management response: the leasing of all landed properties has been initiated. The head office, Brusubi, and the Brikama sub-service stations have already been leased, while the remaining properties are in the process with the Department of Lands. C, that going forward, board and management must adopt strict policies in stock losses and must ensure that surcharges are levied instantly to recover any losses from individuals found wanting. Management response: that
Are the mics off? Is that more than 1 hour? Yes, it's an hour. You have a very good stamina, Minister, and energy this morning. You've delivered 1 hour without realizing. Yes, please give him. Open it for him.
That's the last response. There is a policy to deduct shortages from truck workers, truck drivers during product offloading, as well as pump attendants that registered shortages. That's the last part. With that, I esteem honorable members for delivering the response to the PEC inquiries to the reports mentioned. Thank you. I submit.
Now, technicians, once we start the questions and answer sessions, that is limited to 1 hour, I'm going to invoke Order 48.5. Order 48. Yes. Honorable members, pursuant to Order 48.6 of the Standing Orders, and I quote, after the statement has been delivered in the Assembly, a period of questions on the statement, which shall last no more than 1 hour, may then ensue. The Speaker shall determine the period taken into consideration, the content of the statement, the number of members wishing to ask questions, and the pressure of other businesses. May I now invite honorable members to ask questions relating to the Minister's reply. The member for Latikunda Sabiji, you have the floor. Only questions.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor, and I thank the Honorable Minister for his responses on the various issues raised by National Assembly members. Honorable Minister, anytime myself, yourself, or any other National Assembly member validate the performance of our SOEs is always very disheartening, and it is always below average performance. My advice to the government of the Gambia is now to start the privatization approach of all the underperforming SOEs, because the essence of an SOE is to make profit and plow it back to the development agendas of the government. If the private sectors are not, or if the SOEs are not doing this, and what is more disturbing is for government to go Yes.
Honorable Member, it's questions time. Please ask your question. Don't make statement.
Honorable Minister, I want to ask you this question: whether you will let the state-owned enterprises to keep giving loans to their staff, whether we need to review their service, orders. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, please give an answer. Thank you, sir.
Oh, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Member for Latrikunda Service. Well, when it comes to state-owned enterprises' prerogative to give loans to their staff, this is a management issue, and as you know, giving loans is an incentive for the workers, and so long as these are handled in the manner for which they are intended, we do not foresee any need to stop the staff of these SOEs to benefit from legal sources of funding that they should avail to by the SOEs. But of course, this must not be at the detriment of the SOEs. So what we will emphasize is to ensure full recovery and prompt settlement of all obligations that are given to staff by the SOEs. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now give the floor to the member for Brikama North and Minority Leader.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, since we are not given the hard copy, can you permit me to use the electronic
Please.
to ask this question regarding NAWEC report 2019.F on the issue of 34.7 million variance and adjustment. In your response, you indicated part of it, that the board approval and accompanying memorandum are attached. Whether to this report, if so, can you make it available to the August Assembly, because we don't find the attachment. And then the next point, that is in the NAWEC report 2020 regarding investigation by the IGP, and that NAWEC is not contacted by IGP, and I want to believe both NAWEC and IGP are provided with this report, and the timeline indicated that this investigation should have taken effect. I'm not sure whether it is for them to wait for the National Assembly to tell them further when they're supposed to investigate, since the resolution had already indicated the timeline. So now to ask us for guidelines, can you explain on that? And the last one is the impress 1.5 million in E, the same 2020 NAWEC report. This one is B, the first one, second one, this one is E. The impress is confirmed to be paid to the former governor, I want to believe, of CRR, Honorable Sanyang. When that is confirmed, what action has been taken to ensure that retirement is done or the appropriate measure is taken?
Thank you, Honorable Member for Brikama North. Yes, the alluded attachment will be provided by my office to the table office on the response which reference the attachment. On the investigation, your observation is spot on, because if the Inspector General has been provided a copy of the report and both NAWEC are equally provided, it cannot be a catch-22 situation. But I think this is befitting, and I'll ask my permanent secretary to write to the IGP to follow up on this particular point. My team is here, and they'll take due note and follow up on this observation. The impress paid to the former CRR, this is also another item that has fallen through the cracks. and my permanent secretary will be directed to write to the IGP to follow up on this matter. Thank you.
Member for Bakau, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, under AMRC 2020 report, under management's response, C, the Ministry of Finance Board and Management must put in place an effective payment plan recovery on all outstanding loan latest in December. As the head of the ministry, what will you say to this?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Bakau. Yes, the AMRC is going through a liquidation, and that process includes all outstanding assets and liabilities management. A task force is now in place, and they will do the needful on this particular observation. Thank you.
Nominated Member Kebalang Fofana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for those responses. Honorable Minister, listening to the responses that were provided by the SOEs, you realize that certain things stand out, starting from clerical errors to omissions, the non-maintenance of proper fixed asset registers, the under and overstatements of trade payables and trade receivables as well. Honorable Minister, I want to know the perspective of the Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs, because the responses that these managements from the public enterprises have provided are similar to the ones they provided to the auditors. So what is the perspective of the Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs? And again, Honorable Minister, you will recall that last year, that is in September of 2023, the SOE Commission was launched. Part of its mandate is to ensure that we have that crucial oversight over the public enterprises, which have a total asset of over $34 billion. And I was expecting in your responses, we will have an angle that will deal with what oversight functions they have taken, or what responses or what actions would have been triggered as a result of the National Assembly resolution. So, to cast my question, I want to ask, what is the role of the State-Owned Enterprises Commission with regards to ensuring that the resolutions of the National Assembly are implemented? And Honorable Minister, the final one would be on GPA, Gambia Ports Authority, where it was found that the managing director was issuing out duty waivers. If you look at section 149.3 of the Gambia Constitution, it is explicit that no one has the authority to really give out waivers without the authority of the National Assembly. So in your responses as well, all that have been indicated is that the waivers are being regulated now internally, and there are processes to be followed. So I want to know on what authority is the managing director or the general manager of Gambia Ports Authority relying on to issue out those waivers? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nominated Member Kebalang Fofana. I'll start with the last question. The waivers that the GPA is talking about are not duty waivers. Waivers for fees related to the GPA. No state-owned enterprise have any right, as you have rightly mentioned, to issue waivers on duties that are due to central government. That is the understanding that we have here, that they cannot issue duty waivers. And for that, we have currently implemented a duty waiver policy that has even further tightening the duty waiver approval process. And my understanding is the waivers relate to income related to port services, not duties that are due to government. We are not aware, but we will drill down further. If the observation is indeed relating to duty, that is an infringement of the law, and it's not supposed to happen. On the second question, your observations on the mechanical accuracies of the bookkeeping of the SOE has been noted. And of course, this looks to be a recurring item. And that's why the SOE Commission has been created to do two principal oversight roles, that is governance and performance. And when we mean by governance, we mean financial reporting, internal control, risk management, and all the other associated governance steps. The SOE Commission was launched in September last year, and they have since started work. But so far, their work has been on the establishment of performance contract with the various SOEs with which they have almost signed performance contract with all of them. But of course, the SOE Commission are even here present. The Executive Secretary is in the National Assembly, and due note is taken. So this report will also be shared with them. And we have also increasingly, as a ministry, taken an additional step to really further participate in the enhancement of the governance. There are certain audit reports. We will not wait for any third party to inform us. Once we receive material audit reports that require certain actions, the Permanent Secretary is instructed by law to refer those matters to the IGP, and this will be taking place shortly. Thank you.
Member for Sanementering, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I have two questions.
Sanementering, sorry, I saw the member Kewalang Fofana stuck up. When the minister is replying, if you feel that you need to observe him or there's a clarification, you only draw my attention when you are on a point of order. So, nominated member Kewalang Fofana, yes?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just want a clarification with regards to the waivers from the Gambia Ports Authority, and we wish to be guided. You know, these are discounted values from revenues that are supposed to be received by the government. So, and these are fixed prices. So I want to know if the minister says that they are not waivers. In substance, what is he actually referring to? So that the House can be guided. We appreciate the fact that he said there will be a drill down operation to know what actually happens. But if he is saying they are not waivers, we definitely wish to be guided in substance. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. I did not say they are not waivers. I said they are not duty waivers for revenues bound for the state. These are waivers related to revenues that should come to GPA. Duty waivers are relating to waivers for revenues bound to the state, due to the state. But any enterprise also have a stream of revenue, and those management have their own policies on how to handle whether to give discount or waivers. That's what I mean. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I have two questions, but one is already been asked by member for Bakau and answered by the minister. But the second question I have here is, as stated by the minority leader, if you may permit me, since we don't have a hard copy. Is that okay?
Please go ahead.
Yes. In the management response under the GRTS 2020 account, the management has set up a debt recovery committee with directive from the board of directors in order to recover outstanding debts and prevent further recurrence and make a comprehensive credit control policy before end of the year. I just wanted to know who are these members who were selected from the board of directors. Who does the committee comprise of? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, for Sanementering. Our answers suffice that members have been set up, but we can always get back to GRTS for the detailed membership of the composition. And we'll take due note, and my office will furnish to the clerk, to the table office, the members of this committee of GRTS. Yes.
Member for Johnson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, on to the Social Security, if you go to D, that the board and management must ensure that the housing records are updated. But in your response, you only talk about the outstanding mortgage balances. And with that, there is no time frame given. You say that some of them are not implemented. Some are already being sent to court, but not yet implemented. There is no time frame because you're already given a time frame that by December it should be done. But in your response, there is no time frame. And on the update of the housing is not also in your response. So we need to know when are you working on the records of the listing, how to call it, the keeping of the records of the housing, because we see that the housing records on the update, we need the update of the housekeeping. That one is not in your response. The other two also, Honorable Minister, I'm asking if possible, because if you look at their response, it's always management response. And when it comes to their audit response, it seems to be the same. Was there any sort of, discussion between your ministry and the management, and comparing with their response during the audit period to look at whether they are not repeating the same thing? Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much. I think if your observation as to the insufficiency of the response is duly noted, we will take note, and we will revert back to the management of the Social Security for an updated response on the housing records and the timeline by which this should be done. Your point is very valid, because they cannot just regurgitate the management letter response that they provided to the auditors in response to the August Assembly or the PEC. What our understanding is that any enhancement or development since their response to the auditors would have been taken care of, and that's the role of the SOE Directorate and the SOE Secretariat, to ensure that the response they provided are not just mere repetition of what was the response to the management letter of the external auditors, and we'll take due note of that. Thank you.
Member for Talending Kunjang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On the Gambia Ports Authority, Resolution B, that immediately the board and management must desist from using donation vote as incentive to staff, must ensure that GPPA procurement guidelines are strictly adhered to. The resolution has 2 action points, but the response talks only about the staff incentives and no steps with regards to ensuring that the procurement guidelines are strictly adhered to. And also on the Gambia Ferry Service Corporations, the resolution that the board must ensure that subcommittees are in place and functional. The response is that the HR and other subcommittees are not operational. And the resolution is very emphatic. They should be operational, but the management response did not say whether there are efforts to create them or they don't see it necessary. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Member for Talending. Observations noted. You're right in terms of response relating to procurement guidelines, but as a state-owned enterprise, they are bound by the Gambia Public Procurement Authority regulations, and it's not a choice to follow that. So we may deem that that is imperative, even though it may not be in the response. Relating to the the Gambia Ferry Services on the committees, they have mentioned that some of the committees are not operational, and with the SOE Secretariat here, and they will be notified to ensure that all committees, as recommended by the observation, the SOE Secretariat will write to them to inform them to take on board and institute all necessary committees. It's not a choice for them which committee they create. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for delivering and your oral reply, the Minister's reply, and as well as answering to those questions. And thank you, Honorable Members, for asking very valuable questions. Honorable Minister, thank you so much for coming, and thank you very much. Clerk, you may proceed.
Minister's reply. Order 100. Minister's reply to the report of the National Assembly Select Committee on Trade and Regional Integration nationwide tour to selected markets by the Honorable Minister for Trade, Industry and Regional Integration and Employment.
Honorable members, after the adoption of the report of the National Assembly Select Committee on Trade and Regional Integration's nationwide tour to selected markets in the previous session, the report was submitted to government, in particular the Minister for Trade, Industry, Regional Integration and Employment, for consideration and reply as per Order 100 of the Standing Orders of the National Assembly. Accordingly, the Honorable Minister for Trade, Industry, Regional Integration and Employment is scheduled today for reply to the report. May I now invite the Honorable Minister for Trade, Industry, Regional Integration and Employment to take the podium and make his statement. Honorable Minister, please.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members of the National Assembly, colleagues, I want to thank the National Assembly Select Committee on Trade and Regional Integration for their report on the nationwide tour to selected markets conducted in October 2022. We have reviewed the report and took note of the recommendations proffered to address the challenges in the various markets. Honorable Speaker, with regards to the fluctuation of commodity prices, this is not unique to the Gambia, and it's as reported in many of my responses. It is mostly a reflection of the volatility of the global commodities markets, and the Gambia, like many net food importing countries, is vulnerable to the external shocks. You will recall that at the time of the study tour in 2022, global prices of commodities, including food commodities, were affected by the impact of COVID-19, the Russia-Ukraine war, and the resultant export restriction measures adopted by a number of countries. This led to food supply chain disruptions, which affected prices of commodities globally, particularly net food importing countries such as the Gambia. The government, through my ministry, has taken measures to minimize the negative impact of these external shocks on the domestic prices of commodities, especially on rice, sugar, and flour. The government negotiated with the government of India and obtained a waiver from the export restrictions to import rice from India on concessional basis. We also worked closely with Gambia Revenue Authority, Gambia Ports Authority, Central Bank of the Gambia, to minimize the cost of importation and clearance of imports of essential commodities through duty waivers, provision of foreign currency, and priority berthing to avoid demurrage charges. The ministry continued to work closely with major importers and retailers to ensure that essential commodities are available at all times throughout the country. The issue of differences in prices of the same commodities in different regions around the country, as reported by some consumers in the report, I want to stress that prices of commodities cannot be the same in all the regions due to differences in the cost of transportation, rents, and other services. In addition, in a liberal economy, competition encourages such market behavior. However, the ministry has taken note of the recommendation of the Committee for Government to encourage and facilitate the participation of more players, particularly in the provinces, to encourage competition. We'll also be working with Competition Commission to ensure effective competition in the markets throughout the country. Honorable Speaker, the most sustainable way of shielding our economy from the direct impact of the external shocks is to promote and strengthen the domestic production of most of the basic commodities that we are importing in large quantities, including rice, onions, potatoes, flour, poultry products, edible oil, and cement. I'm happy to inform this August Assembly that the government has taken steps to achieve this by not only developing a domestic trade strategy in January 2024, but also supporting and protecting domestic production of onions, potatoes, and rice. As a result, we have seen increasing levels of investment in the production of these commodities. This will not only enable us to minimize our high dependence on imports, but also leverage on the opportunities in the domestic and regional markets. As part of implementation of these strategies, we have developed two important projects. The Trans-Gambia Special Economic Zone project, supported by the African Development Bank, and the Green Industrialization through Special Economic Zones and Agropoles GIZA project, supported by the Enhanced Integration Framework. These two projects, if successfully implemented, will support the development of Trans-Gambia Corridor, the establishment of 3 agropoles to promote manufacturing and agro-processing in the Gambia. My ministry, through the Gambia Investment and Export Promotion Agency, is also promoting both domestic and foreign investment in agriculture, and we have attracted a number of large commercial farms in both rice and onion production. The ministry will continue to collaborate strongly with the Ministry of Agriculture and Finance and Economic Affairs to fully implement these projects, as well as continue to support the commercialization of agriculture. Honorable Speaker, on the need for more market space and storage facilities. The development of markets is a responsibility of the area councils. However, the ministry took note of the concerns and would engage the Ministry of Lands and Regional Government on the matter. Recently, the ministry decided to support local market development, and we are working with partners to modernize selected LUMO markets around the country. The first beneficiary of this initiative is the Wellingaraba LUMO project, which is being constructed with support from the ECOWAS Commission through their cross-border project. Mr. Speaker, we recently engaged GAMWorks to assess selected LUMOs for our modernization initiative. The selected LUMOs would have cold storage facilities, modern toilets, and other essential facilities. The design of these new trade infrastructures is a response to the need to provide storage facilities for the preservation of perishable commodities in our markets. As you are aware, the Ministry of Agriculture, through the Roots project, is also supporting the development of storage facilities and collection centers for agricultural produce to minimize post-harvest loss. Honorable Speaker, the Gambia investment policies are not discriminatory, opening all the sectors except defense and security to both domestic and foreign investments. Government thus provides protection and gives guarantees and incentives as per the requirements of the Special Investment Certificate to investors. However, with the current GIPA Act 2015, Gambian investors are not favored more than non-Gambians, mainly to encourage more Gambian investments in the economy. All over the world, investors are looking for a reliable and safe environment to do business. Therefore, the investment from non-Gambians demonstrates their confidence in the business environment, which is encouraging, as such investments are important to our economy. Notwithstanding, the government is doing everything possible to support Gambian-owned businesses. In fact, my ministry has a dedicated program called the She Trade, which supports Gambian women-owned businesses. As the law prescribes, all businesses in the Gambia are subjected to a competition regime, and therefore, any price discrimination intended to stifle competition in the market is illegal and should be reported for necessary action. The ministry, through the Gambia Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, monitors business practices and any form of anti-competitive behavior will be addressed by GPPC according to the Competition and Consumer Protection Acts. In spite of these liberal policies, the ministry is committed to encouraging and supporting Gambians' participation in the distributive trade and in other key sectors of the economy, as demonstrated by the emergence of many Gambian-owned micro, small, medium enterprises. To complement the surge in MSMEs, my ministry has established an enterprise development fund at GAIPA to support the development of Gambian MSMEs. We are also engaging the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs to engage Islamic Trade Finance Corporation on our behalf to secure a more sustainable trade financing facility to support the ministry's efforts to encourage the participation of Gambians in the distributive trade and along its value chains. On payment of taxes, as highlighted by some businesses in the report, I want to emphasize that all imports into the Gambia are subjected to customs and VAT legislations implemented by the Gambia Revenue Authority. Thus, imports from third destinations re-exported to the Gambia will be subjected to import duties and VAT. This is a legal requirement and businesses have to comply even if these imports are coming through cross-border trade. However, agricultural produce, including vegetables from the ECOWAS region, are exempted from import duty in accordance with the ECOWAS Protocol on Free Movement of Goods. My ministry takes note of the challenges faced by vegetable sellers and will engage the Gambia Revenue Authority on such matters. Regarding wholesalers located outside the Greater Banjul area, this is a business decision, as businesses are located in areas where they think are more profitable. However, we will engage them as partners to see how we can support them open wholesale businesses around the country. In conclusion, I want to commend the National Assembly Select Committee on Trade and Regional Integration for the laudable work and assure you my ministry's willingness to support and collaborate with the Trade Select Committee in implementing this mandate. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, pursuant to Order 48 of the Standing Orders, and I quote, after the statement has been delivered in the Assembly, a period of questions on the statement, which shall last no more than 1 hour, may then ensue. The Speaker shall determine the period taken into consideration, the content of the statement, the number of members wishing to ask questions, and the pressure of other business. May I now invite honorable members to ask questions relating to the Minister's reply. Beginning with the Honorable Member for GRTS and AMRC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for that explicit response. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister, they talk about protecting domestic products, example, onions, potatoes, and rice. So, but I didn't hear you talking about that of poultry production. So is your ministry also ready to include this poultry production also in your protection rather? And when you talk about the GCPC being the institution mandated to monitor businesses' practices in any form of anti-competitive behavior.
Honorable Member, I'm not sure your first questions, you yourself indicated that it's not part of the minister's reply, and you're asking him that.
Which one?
Your first question. Yourself, you indicated it's not part of the minister's reply.
No, they didn't capture that, what I'm saying. So I'm asking now whether...
Please put off your mic, sir, so that you can hear me. No, I said your first questions. The number one question that you asked, you stated that in your preamble that he have not it is not in his reply, but you went further to ask him what is his ministry's plan in respect of poultry farm. Is that correct?
Yes, in the first paragraph, Honorable Speaker, he talked about poultry, but in the area for protecting, he didn't mention about poultry. So this is why I'm reminding him as a Minister of Trade, whether his ministry is ready or is willing to also include protecting poultry farms or poultry production in the country. Yes, because he did mention it in the first paragraph. And then the other question, Honorable Minister.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It is not in his, your mind? It is not in his reply as you indicated. He said that is not in his reply. Why not we base our questions as per law based on what he replied?
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, when you talk about the Welengara Lumo project, are you also taking into considerations of the PWDs, the persons with disabilities? Because we understood that some of these markets now to be that are undergoing construction, most of them are not accessible to these PWDs, that is, persons living with disabilities. Now, you also did talk about, Honorable Minister, GCCPC being an institution mandated to monitor business practices for example, for any form of anti-competitive behavior. So what I'm asking now is, would your ministry pay heed to a recommendation or an advice if, for example, GCCPC happens to realize any anti-competitive behavior in the market? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister, please respond.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member for Jara Central. GCCPC is an institution which is one of the support structures of the Ministry of Trade. And we will be very, very, very happy to receive recommendations from them. And within the context of what they might have recommended, any action that the ministry is supposed to take will be taken to support their work, because that was the reason the institution was set up in the first place. The Wellingaraba Lumo, I think it's a very good, the timing is extremely good that you talk about the issue of catering for people with disabilities, because the project is not complete and we are at the second level of the design of the market. Being the first one, we visited 2 weeks ago and we've seen some structural challenges that we are currently redesigning, and this is something I can guarantee you will take note of and include in our current stage. My staff is here and they'll be taking note of that. We'll take care of the issue around the PWDs. I guarantee you. Thank you.
Member for Bakau, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, in your own words, you've indicated that with the current GAIPA Act 2015, the Gambian investors are favored more than non-Gambians. So Gambian investors are favored more than non-Gambians, mainly to encourage more Gambian investors in the economy. Honorable Minister, how can you make me understand how factual is this statement?
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much, Honorable Member for Bakau. In this very statement, I alluded to the fact that Gambian businesses are given more support in the current dispensation. I talked about the fund, which is the Enterprise Development Fund, which is specifically to support Gambian enterprises. No non-Gambian enterprise will benefit. But even with the implementation of the other incentives like the special investment certificate, priority is given to investments where we notice the involvement of Gambians, and this is a normal thing. It's obvious, and those in the investment sector know about this, that Gambians are given priority when it comes to this kind of thing. So the Enterprise Development Fund does not include anybody who is coming from outside, assuming that when they come, they already capitalized enough to invest in the Gambia. Thank you.
And member for Lower Fuladu, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And Speaker, please give me time and let nobody interrupt. Honorable Minister, I want to ask, do you know that the Gambian economy is not for Gambia? In the business industry, we all know the number of people coming to do business. You open it in such a way that when these people come, they don't even employ Gambians. They even contribute and make sure that all the foreign currency go out. If you go out all around, you look at this. What is your ministry doing in protecting Gambian businessmen? And number two, based on what you said, how many Gambians are you encouraging to be into the business industry that will help? Because we have seen less Gambians being given, accorded a privilege. If so, even not in this gathering, I am urging you to send us Gambian businessmen that you people are supporting, especially in the rural Gambia. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, I would crave your indulgence for the honorable member to make the first question easier for me to comprehend. I don't understand the first question. Thank you.
What I mean, the first question, the Gambian economy is not for Gambian. In such, the reason is, most of the businesses that are in town are owned by non-Gambians. And other services that are to be provided are given to non-Gambians. What is your ministry doing in protecting and enhancing those Gambians accord with these privileges that I'm telling you?
If I will refer the honorable member to the report, but it's also important to animate. Business is a matter of choice and ability. The two must be matched. Every Gambian is free to enter any business territory except security and defense. But it also behoves on that Gambian to mobilize the requisite capital to invest in a business. So if non-Gambians are coming with capital and they are identifying areas of business they want to invest in, and they are investing in, I don't understand when anybody would want to believe that there are no Gambians in the business environment. There are Gambians all over the business landscape. I don't know any business area that Gambians are not participating in. So I'll be happy if the member can guide me. The list you're requesting can be shared with you. The businesses that we know, the ones that are working with us, we'll be happy to share them. But we'll also be happy for you to guide us regarding the areas that Gambians are not participating in. And I'll be happy also for you to guide me, honorable member of Lower Fuladu West. Lower Fuladu. Please guide me where you say the facilities available are given to non-Gambians. I don't understand what you are referring to. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Member for Upper Fuladu West.
No, so, Speaker, he said, let me guide him. I want to be very kind to him. Huh? Please. He said, let me guide him, please. I want to guide him. I want to be very kind to him.
Okay, please put up your mic.
Yes.
No, please put up your mic. Minister, I didn't get that. Can you please repeat that, sir? Minister, I don't know what's... you want him to Your mic.
In his question, Honorable Speaker, he suggested that the facilities available in the business environment are given to non-Gambians. I just wanted to know which ones. so that we can pay attention to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, I want to tell you we go on study tours as National Assembly members. We understand that government create businessmen to able to do. How many of those businessmen are you creating as a minister? Because if we look at in Senegal, I'm sorry to say, they did that. They create a lot of Senegalese people to build them to become businessmen to be able to help the Gambia sustain some of the demand in the market. So we are asking, what is your ministry doing to do such for Gambian people?
Observation.
Honorable Minister.
Can I? Okay.
No, Honorable Minister, wait.
Yes, I just wanted to observe him. You know, you said something that the minister wanted you to guide him. So that's what he wanted to hear from you. Yeah, instead of, yes. So
sorry, I think the minister is not listening very well. And I want him to listen very well. We're talking about business. And as a state, we have a duty bind. We understand the community of prices raising whatsoever, the polluted business industry. One of the tactical approach we expect from the ministry is to recruit Gambian men and encourage them into business and accord them all what it takes to be in the business industry to be able to neutralize the polluted market. What is your ministry doing in that? And I started to tell you that the Gambian economy is not for Gambians, simple because how many of those Gambia are accord with this thing? And I said, looked at it, the foreigner that is coming. Observe, please? The foreigner that is coming, no, the foreigner that is coming, you allow him to be building supermarket. They bring their own foreign people, employ them, take the little financing and everything out of the country. And what is your ministry doing towards that? That is my question.
Honorable members, we are not in a debate, and you ask the minister questions. Please, order, honorable members, order. You ask the minister in respect. Please, member for Jara Central, don't engage the minister, please. No. Honorable members, the member for Lower Florida, where you ask him questions. And questions are in respect of the reply he gave. And you're talking about when you go on study tours and other countries creating millionaires. I am not sure how does that question relate to the minister's earlier answer leading to your supplementary questions, and he responded in respect of opportunities for businessmen, considering the fact that, in your own words, non-Gambians are into the businesses, are into projects, and which he came further to expand and explain. I think we should leave it at that. And now give the floor to the member for Upper Florida West.
Well, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Anyway, I don't know whether it will be possible because I have 4 questions that I want to ask the Minister. Yes, Honorable Minister, my first question, as you said, your ministry, in line with the Ministry of Agriculture, through the Roots Project, for the construction of storage facilities across the country. Now, can you tell this August Assembly which communities are going to benefit from these storage facilities and how soon? That's my first question. And the second question is, the increase in food prices is a global phenomenon that we all know. But what is your ministry doing to control the food prices in this country? That is my second question. My third question is, can you inform this August Assembly the names of our local businesses that your ministry is supporting, either grant or loan, to run business? And then my fourth question is, Honorable Minister, there was a water law between the local cement importers and your ministry some time ago. Can you update this Assembly, the latest status quo on that matter?
Yes, honorable member for Fonyi Councillor. Minister, please provide answers.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and the Honorable Member for Flood West. Which communities will benefit? As I indicated in the report, every community within the selected LUMOs, we counted about 28 LUMOs in the country. And amongst those LUMOs, we have found some that require resetting. We are currently working on a study, getting somebody to do a real feasibility study to look at what is available, what could be done, and we'll come up with a selected number that we will take to government now to sponsor the development of. All those centers will have cold storage facilities within the new LUMO structure. Now, what I mentioned in the report is that we know Roots Project is doing some cold stores in the country, which we will complement to provide the farmers more choices to be able to store their food items, their vegetables particularly, to reduce the chances of losses post-harvest. The second question, the issue of prices, I think we have given answers here several times to say the Ministry of Trade is not responsible for plucking and unplucking prices. Or what we can do is interventions. And we have mentioned in this report that we work with the Gambia Revenue Authority, we work with the Gambia Ports Authority, we work with the Central Bank to provide three particular types of support. One is access to foreign currency. Sometimes the suppliers are waiting for their fees when the vendors are not ready because they cannot find the right place to buy their foreign currency. They come through us, we engage the central bank, we work with the commercial banks to bring the foreign currency out and pay so that they are not charged additional interest which will be passed through to the consumer. We also work on priority berthing, which is when a vessel arrives, we get the information, given our surveillance, we know what food items are short in the market. We engage the Gambia Ports Authority to give priority to the vessel carrying that particular commodity to ensure we do not run out of it. Because anytime you run out of it, the price of that particular commodity goes up. So these are some of the things that we can do as a ministry. We engage the importers sometimes. We engage the shipping lines. We engage the clearing agents and we discuss with them. Sometimes we get them to bend backwards on certain things so that the additional cost that we are trying to remove from the cost structure is taken off to avoid a situation where the commodity prices go up. So that's where the Ministry of Trade can stop. We are not responsible for setting interest rates. We do not set charges. We do not set prices. I think we have said this on a couple of occasions, and this report has captured that. I think those are the two. The third one is on what is the current situation with the cement saga. The current situation is that we still have the measure in place and that we are supporting and encouraging the rebagging and production factories to ensure that this country has access to enough cement. We are able to influence the price of that cement. Availability is provided, affordability is also provided. So currently the situation is that we are still charging duty, import duty on cement coming from outside the borders of this country. That's the current situation. Thank you.
Member for Sanementreng. Honorable members, please, let's ask only one question, please. Only one.
Honorable Speaker, one question is left.
Member for Sanementreng, you have, member for Opofolo.
Yes,
yes,
thank you very
please,
much, Honorable
Sanementreng.
Speaker. I can have the floor, but then
Sanementreng, please take your seat.
Okay.
Member for Law.
I asked four questions, and then he answered three. One is left. The one that is left is I asked him, can you inform this August Assembly the names of our local businesses that your ministry is supporting?
Honorable Minister, I don't think the Honorable Minister can do that now. Honorable Minister?
I was simply going to say we are supporting all of them. It will simply mean asking for the list of all those registered businesses in the country, and we can get that from the Ministry of Justice. Because the truth is, we are responsible for creating the policy and the strategy for trade to flourish in this country. So whatever policy we come out with supports every business in this country. So we are supporting all of them. Thank you.
Honorable members, please, those that come in next, each member, you are entitled to one question. Member for Sanya Mentering, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Sorry, please, Honorable Sanya and Honorable Speaker. I think you are late to impose that law to us now, that members will be asking one
Honorable member, please go ahead and
questions.
ask your question. You have
I have three
one
questions.
question to ask. Please go ahead.
No, Honorable Speaker, you are late to do that. Please. I have 3 questions and other members have already asked for questions.
No. It's not going to happen. You have only one question. Please go ahead and ask your question.
Honorable Speaker, members who spoke before me.
Honorable member, please sit down. Honorable member, take your seat, please. Honorable member, take your seat. Honorable members, those that are coming next, each member will have to ask only one question, please. Sanya Mentering, go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, I don't think this is a fair thing that you're doing to the last speakers. But then, notwithstanding, I will ask whatever I can ask. Honorable Minister, you've talked about the shoe trade. Thank you very much for your dedication in supporting women-owned businesses within the country. And also, I have few questions attached to that. Could you inform this August Assembly the selection criteria of those women-owned businesses? And also, the ministry intending...
Honorable member, you have only one question. Please sit down.
I will sit down, Honorable Speaker, but it is not fair.
Yeah,
this
please
is what
sit
I'm
down.
putting to you. It is not fair.
Take your
You
seat.
cannot ask...
Honorable Minister, you can respond.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Member from Sanya Mentering, the criteria is something I'll have to, I will need to refer to my technical team to hand the criteria to me. I cannot give it to you on top of my head. Thank you.
Member for Talinding Kunjang, you have the floor.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister, thank you very much for that eloquent response. And some of the ideas and programs that are here are very promising. You've mentioned your support and protection to domestic production of onion, potatoes, and rice. Could you elaborate further what form and manner is this support and the type of protection you give them? I'm saying this having in mind some policy actions certain countries take with regards to protecting their domestic produce, like making an embargo to import when at the peak season of their production, or sometimes even quota system. If the local produce is 40%, you cannot import more than 60% to match it up. Is this included in your protection and any other protection? Could you elucidate further, please?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Member from Talinding, Kunjang. Yes, given in the report we stated that we have seen a boost in the production of potatoes, onions, and a few other vegetables. And the kind of support protection we provide them is we work with them through a committee comprising members of the Ministry of Agriculture, members of the Ministry of Trade, the Gambia Revenue Authority, and other stakeholders. We have a committee, a national committee. What this committee does is we monitor the production cycle and anticipate when they will harvest. Then we look at the import schedules, the cargoes that are floating, cargoes that are already, invoiced, and we determine a duration where we introduce a moratorium. During that period, we do not allow the importation of these products from outside to ensure that we give the local producers a market. And during that period, they are the only ones selling. Within that arrangement, we also arrange with the importers of the very products that they are producing. We arrange with them so that during that period, they also have their clientele who will be coming to them to buy onions or potatoes and so on. And rather than import, because we have a moratorium, they engage with the local producers through a platform that we have, which also includes the transport union, so that the producers in their communities use the trucks to bring those onions to the importers of onions and potatoes, so that the cycle keeps going on. The farmers have an opportunity to sell, they have a market, and they have a price that is also agreed with our supervision. So this is the kind of support we give them. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Bununka Kunda, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for those response. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister, based on your response, you indicated that agricultural produce, including vegetables from ECOWAS countries, region, are exempted from tax. But you further went on to say the ministry took note of the challenges faced by the vegetable sellers, which you will engage GRA. So I just want you to inform this August Assembly, what are those challenges and when do you intend to engage GRA about some of these concerns? Because these are daily activities done by the vegetable sellers. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The report I was responding to highlighted some specifics affecting certain women bringing vegetables from Senegal. So those are the ones I was referring to. The challenge they had having to pay at the two borders for vegetables that they were bringing, according to the report. We are saying we'll engage the GRA to find out why in that particular circumstance, remember this is about 2 years ago, why did that happen at the time? Well, all I know at this moment is even with our latest discussions with our neighbors, the issue of vegetables crossing the country are not, taxed, they are not charged duties or anything else, because that is the agreement amongst ECOWAS countries. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Latikunda Sabiji, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, thank you very much for your response. All of my intervention areas are on page 3, paragraph 2 and paragraph 4. You mentioned my ministry through GAIFA is also promoting both domestic and foreign investments in agriculture, and we have attracted a number of large commercial farms in both rice and onions production. Honorable Minister, can you please tell honorable members how were this land acquired for this project intervention? Because during our tour we realized that there are a lot of land captured in the provinces. Investors will go and give them $100,000 and acquire several hectares of land. Can you kindly tell us how were these two lands, the lands for rice cultivation and the land for onions cultivation, were acquired? That's number one. Number two, GAMWORKS. How was GAMWORKS?
Honorable Member.
Honorable Speaker, you said a precedent.
Okay, take your seat, please. Honorable member, you are allowed to ask only one question. Honorable Minister, please respond.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member from Latrikunda Sabiji. I understand that GAIPA is working with a committee that also comprises stakeholders, and they are going to communities to engage them, to educate them about the need to be a little bit stingy, if I can use the term, with their land and not just sell helter-skelter. I think that's what GAIPA is doing, not facilitating the sale of land to every Tom, Dick, and Harry. GAIPA is saying, hand your land to government in the form of an agreement, not even leased or sold. Give it to government to manage on your behalf and engage the possible investors on a leasing arrangement so that rather than sell to them and they can change the land use tomorrow and do something else in your community, we agree with them as GAIPA, access the land with the from the communities, then GAIPA deals with the potential investors so that the land is allocated to them for a purpose on terms that have been predetermined, including allocating part of that land to the same community to continue their subsistence farming. This is the arrangement that GAIPA is doing. Apart from this, maybe there are other forms where they go directly to communities and get their land acquired without GAIPA being involved. But the one that GAIPA is facilitating is being done based on the fact that we want the communities to continue to own their land, continue to benefit from the land by continuing to cultivate, at the same time provide the opportunity for this country to encourage large-scale farming. Thank you.
Yeah, honorable members, you know, some members have been raising the issue of precedents have been created and that it should go on forever. You know, once precedents are created for convenient purposes, you can continue to keep on those precedents. But at any time, the need arises to depart from those precedents, you can depart from those precedents and remedy the situation. We have a time allocated to this period, and we have a good number of members who want to ask questions. And of course, taking into account of Order 8, which is Speaker's rulings in the National Assembly. And as members of the National Assembly, we are expected to respect our standing orders, but not to be pushing and pulling and of course casting venom or trying to ridicule the Speaker. We'll do our best to honor the office of the Speaker and office of members of the National Assembly. That's why we will not want to resort to responding to members things that are not appropriate in accordance with Standing Order 8. And of course, when you read Order 48.6, depending on the pressure of the business of the day, the Speaker can determine the number of questions and orders. Today's order is business of the order paper is loaded, and that to give as many members as possible the opportunity to ask questions. I want members to respect the standing orders of the National Assembly. Thank you. I now give the floor to the member for Ilyasa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, concerning fluctuation of commodities prices, but we definitely know that the government took a giant step to make sure that the prices of commodities like rice, oil, potatoes, to name a few, are stable. But with all this effort, we realize that the prices of commodities is increasing daily. So what is your ministry's plan to control the prices? Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Member from Ilyasa constituency. We have always said in a liberal economy, one where you have freedom to sell and buy and compete, control becomes a big problem. And if we are to control, that goes with some costs. I'm not sure we are in a state where we can afford subsidizing all the commodities in the market. And that's what it means. If you introduce controls in pricing, what you are simply saying to the business community is where your cost regime is above the selling price that the government has set, government will pay the difference. That will be impossible at the moment. So we rather allow the competition, which is currently working. And that is why there is always an incentive for people to take commodities from the Gambia on trucks and take them to other countries because they are selling above us. You hardly see a truck of rice and oil coming from across the border into the Gambia because there is no incentive for that. So our system is working. And like the saying goes, why change the winning team? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now invite the member for Lower Badibu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, anyway, I have two questions, but I'll confine myself to one, based on the rules. You said all over the world, investors are looking for reliable and safe environment to do business. I want to ask you, what yardstick do you use to gauge a reliable and safe environment to do business? By considering the erratic power supply we are experiencing in our country at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member from Lower Badibu. That particular reference was to the investors. And if you look at the level of foreign direct investment into this country, the level of investment coming into this country, it means they have made the choice. We can only promote this country as a destination for investment, but it's the investors themselves who make that decision to come, and they are coming. So we can only use that as a yardstick to conclude that Gambia is safe and ready for investment, and investors are taking the opportunity. Thank you.
Now I give the floor to the member for Fonyi Jarol.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Speaker. And thank you, Honorable Minister. Your system is working. And then good to promote foreign investment. And then we are talking about increase in production of basic commodities like onions and other things. I don't know what monitoring mechanisms are put in place in terms of monitoring those people hired in the labor force. Like if you go to the farm in Kafuta and then Bondal in my area, those laborers, in terms of their working conditions, how is it protected, and then their pay scale is something that is very interesting.
Honorable Member, I'm not sure if I get you well. Are you talking about agriculture? Honorable Minister, please, Honorable Member, please listen to what I'm coming to say, and you respond. Honorable Member, are you talking about agricultural, those engaged in farm?
No, what I'm saying here, he's talking about investment, and there are foreign investors who invested in agriculture, like those farms. So I'm talking about whether there is any other monitoring mechanism put in place in terms of those working in the labor force, their working conditions and their pay scale.
Thank you very much for rephrasing your question. Honorable Minister, please provide answer.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Member from Jarol, Fonyi Jarol. Yes, yeah, we have investment in agriculture, and actually we have some large-scale farms, in some commercial farms in Fonyi. I visited some of them and had the opportunity to talk to the workers as far as Bansang, Korop, somewhere around Bansang. We traveled with the Commissioner of Labor, who is also under my ministry, under my purview. And from that tour, we had given them some benchmarks to go on and do some monitoring of what is happening. Of course, we have capacity issues in that commission. And in this year's budget projections, we are probably going to come to you with some support. The Commission of Labor does not have the manpower required to monitor all the employment, that is happening in the private sector. We do not have that capacity. So we need to reinforce that. But based on their ability, they are providing us information on this, and we are addressing them based on the Labor Act that we passed through this assembly about 2 years ago. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Member for Joshua, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, I know you are doing very well on these domestic products. My question here is there any studies, or is there any way of gauging or looking at comparing the two prices of our local product and the imported product when it comes to prices? Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much, Honorable Member from Joshua. This year, 2024 particularly, we were particularly interested in the price differences between the imported onions and the locally produced onions. Because there was a particular time we realized that the market was, somehow we saw some foreign onions in the market when it should have been a moratorium. And we were particularly interested in why, in the first place, the onions were in the market at that time, and why there was a difference in price. We have not commissioned a study, a scientific study of what happened and why, but I can tell you we use our weekly market surveys to look at the gap, and within a short period they caught up with each other, they collapsed into one. But there was a time when the imported onions was far more expensive than the local onion. The local onion was competing with itself. That's something else. But really, that's not supposed to happen. When we have a moratorium, there shouldn't be foreign onions in. But going forward, that will be difficult to maintain, because we are also working with some of the projects we have to ensure we have treatment centers. I need to get the details of this fully to give you the locations. I know we have 3 already completed in the Gambia. One will be in Fonyi Berefet, I can remember that one, where women can now take their onions for treatment so that they can be more durable, rather than forcing the producers to sell all their onions in 3 months. We want to ensure they can now preserve them for 6 months, and because you have a longer duration, they can wait for a better, more conducive selling point to sell their onions and get more income. So once you have that, the moratorium cannot extend forever. They will have to clash in the market, and this will be an interesting relation. But we have not done any scientific study of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Brikama North and Minority Leader, you have the floor. Is out. Member for Same constituency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Minister, in your response, you mentioned that there are a lot of rumors, and I'm sure that your ministry must be well informed about Belenkaraba. What I want to know is, what criteria did your ministry use to identify Belenkaraba as the first beneficiary from this initiative?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Member for Same. Belenkaraba was not chosen because it's the best. It is a sample. We chose it to model it for easy access, for proximity to the border with the southern border with Senegal. This is an ECOWAS project. We wanted to invite ECOWAS into supporting it. For them to support the initiative, we must demonstrate our desire as a country, as a ministry, to support and encourage cross-border trade. And that is why we targeted Wellingaraba, given that we can get Casamance to trade in that Lumo, get Gambia to trade in that Lumo, and monitoring will not be a difficult one. That was the reason we chose Wellingaraba. But that's just the model, the sample, and if anything, perhaps the Lumo in your area will even be better because we are using it as a dummy. We are using it as Jara. We are using it as a dummy to design what we exactly want and also get it close to Banjul for monitoring. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, you read his mind, members. So he wanted you to talk about his constituency. And you did. So be assured, after the pilot project in Wellingaraba, they will come to your constituency. Now, the member for Kiang West, you have the floor.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Honorable Minister, before I ask a question, let me first thank you for supporting a business in my constituency. Sekou is doing very well at his garden and he's supplying vegetable and he's really definitely coming up. So my question is, we are very much thankful as a constituent. I want to ask you.
He's asking, allow him.
Honorable Minister, can you please tell this August Assembly the possibilities of supporting another young business in Kia West constituency before the end of this year?
Honorable Speaker, thank you, and I appreciate the recognition. The gentleman he quoted was a very enterprising farmer, a young Gambian, an accountant who chose to go back to the farms and do some work. When we got to know it, we had some funds lying somewhere from the remnants of a project. We supported him with a source of water. He got a very powerful borehole. I'm happy he's not wasting that water now. That's why I mentioned in the report that we set up the Enterprise Development Fund. The Enterprise Development Fund, in fact, the board has been constituted. We have done the policy. Everything is in place now. There is a fund already of over, I think it's 50. Last time we checked with the central bank, there is a 50-something million lying in that fund. The idea is that this committee that is set up, the Enterprise Development Trust Fund, will now be going around the country to identify those kind of Gambians, whether this is in agriculture, whether this is in the performing arts, whether this is in the creative arts, whether this is going around and finding them and looking at what they need to move to the next level. And then that fund will determine that, and from this money, provide that support so that that person moves on. And you see, when we ask the question, how is government going to make powerful entrepreneurs, this is the way you do it. You go to the grassroots, look at those with good ideas who are not waiting for donors to come, but are doing their little bit. You support them on what they are doing, and eventually they come out of the needy group and start helping other people by employing. So that's what the Enterprise Development Fund at GAIPA is going to do, and it's going to start work this year, inshallah. Thank you.
Member for Nyamina West, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Honorable Minister, in the document, page 1, paragraph 3, with regards to the fluctuation of commodities price. Now, paragraph 4, where you said the government negotiated with the government of India and obtained a waiver from the export restrictions to import rice from India and on concessional basis. We have also worked closely with GRA, GPA and CBG to minimize the cost of importation and clearance of imports of essential commodities through duty waivers, provision of foreign currency, and then prior breeding to avoid demurrage charges. I am looking particularly at the provision of foreign currency. Honorable Minister, I want you to expand that to this noble house. How do you do this, considering the import versus the export variances in the country? How do you come with the provision of foreign currency to help mitigate the fluctuation of commodities prices? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Member from Nyamina West. What we are saying in this paragraph in relation to foreign exchange, if I may zoom into that, you may be an importer of rice. You sell your consignment, you have all your money in dollars sitting in one of the banks. Your suppliers gave you 90 days to sell your imports and refund them their money so they can also utilize it. When you go to your bank does not have enough foreign currency for you to access and pay your supplier. That now becomes a problem. You have your dollars, but the foreign currency equivalent is not sitting in the bank that you are dealing with. So you come to us as the ministry responsible for facilitating trade and say, look, you write to us and say, I need this 1.6 million US dollars by date X. My bank cannot provide it. I have the dollars sitting in this bank. Can you support? We'll rush to the central bank with your letter and explain that you are in this kind of situation. Central bank also asks us to write and give a cover letter to your letter. They will now engage the other commercial banks because they are the regulators of all the banks. And they will know that yes, it's not sitting in bank A, but it is sitting in bank B. Then they will facilitate a link between bank A and B for bank A to access the foreign currency and provide it to you. The central bank, where they sit, they have the privilege to know where the money is. That is how we facilitate it. Then the two banks work on that. The vendor gets access to foreign currency, pays the supplier, and there is no additional charges. If the deadline is not met, it means the supplier can also invoke other contract clauses and charge this vendor more money. And any money charged is passed through you. And that is why we ensure that they are not victimized, they are not charged additional, or anything they are charged, the business does not consume it. It transfers to the consumer. So that is our role as a ministry, to ensure that businesses do not go through that trouble, and we engage the central bank on their behalf. They cannot go directly to the central bank, because the central bank is not a commercial bank. But we as government can go to them, and the central bank listens to us. In fact, when some of them go to them directly, they refer them to us. They say, go to trade. Trade must write to us for us to listen to you. Then we will investigate, write to the central bank, and they will act and support. Thank you.
Member for Fonyi Brefet, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister, for the support you have given to the people of Fonyi Brefet. I would like to thank your ministry. Honorable Minister, I want to ask a question. With the provision of ECOWAS ID card, yes, still the free movement of businesses is a difficult thing towards members of the ECOWAS. And it's a challenge, it is becoming a challenge which is really affecting both vegetable production and the different businessmen. What plan does your ministry have to remedy this situation?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Member for Fonyi Brefet. I think it is a common ECOWAS challenge. I've not been there long. I was just there 2 years now, but I have had this complaint come from every part of ECOWAS, that these instruments do not seem to get the respect they deserve at all our borders. As a result, movement is restricted. But what my ministry is doing and will continue to do is to shout when we get to meetings, and we will be working with the ECOWAS Parliament through our representatives, working with our colleagues to do two things. One is to strengthen bilateral relations with countries. Given that the ECOWAS-wide approach is becoming a little bit challenged, we want to use approach number one as engaging at the bilateral level. So all the countries within range of Gambia, we want to engage and look for opportunities to relax the challenges at the border. The second one is to continue to escalate this to our foreign ministry, to Office of the President, as the ministry in charge of ECOWAS at the moment, to show that this free movement thing is still posing a challenge for them also to take it, for those institutions to take it at that level. But at the ministry, at the level of the ministry, we have started engaging bilaterally with all the countries within range. That is from Senegal to Mali to Guinea, Mauritania, Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Guinea-Bissau. Thank you.
Honorable members, I still have more on my list, but the time is exhausted. So we will draw the curtain here, and I want to thank the Honorable Minister for Trade, Regional Integration and Employment for coming, and thank Honorable members for your questions. Thank you so much, Honorable. Yes, Lower Salum, Honorable Minister. Yes, Lower Salum. Honorable Minister, you may go. Lower Salum, yes. I'm not here. Can you use your mic? Can you use your mic, please? Honorable members, as you can see on the order paper, we also have the Minister for Lands and Regional Government on the order paper, but due to some circumstances, he will be rescheduled for Monday, this coming Monday, inshallah. Clerk, we may proceed. Honorable members, in accordance with order paper 40, with order 14.3 of the standing orders, I hereby vary the order paper to allow the foreign minister to come in before His Excellency the Vice President. Whenever he's here, we will continue with him. And for the information of the honorable minister, the honorable members, the honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs is scheduled to table 2 motions, both on visa exemption for service and diplomatic passport holders. So we want him to consolidate the 2 and present them as one. And thank you. And clerk, we may proceed.
Motion. Be it resolved that this August Assembly do consider and ratify the mutual visa exemption agreement for diplomatic and service passport holders between the Republic of the Gambia and the Republic of Indonesia. And be it resolved that this August Assembly do consider and ratify the mutual visa exemption agreement for diplomatic passport holders between the Republic of the Gambia and the Republic of Azerbaijan by the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation and Gambians Abroad.
Honorable Minister, please proceed to the podium, and you are welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this August Assembly do consider and ratify the agreement on mutual visa exemption of diplomatic and service passport holders between the government of the Republic of the Gambia and the government of the Republic of Indonesia.
The agreement on mutual visa exemption of diplomatic and service passport holders between the government of the Republic of the Gambia and the government of the Republic of Indonesia is a diplomatic accord aimed at facilitating travel between the two nations for individuals holding diplomatic or service passports. This agreement allows holders of such passports from either country to enter, exit, transit, and stay in the territory of the other country without the need for a visa. It fosters closer diplomatic relations and promotes cooperation between the Gambia and Indonesia. And the National Assembly may review and ratify this agreement to ensure its compliance with national laws and interests. This agreement signifies a significant steps towards strengthening the diplomatic and bilateral ties between our two nations by exempting holders of diplomatic and service passports from visa requirements will not only facilitate smoother diplomatic exchanges, but also foster greater cooperation and collaboration in various fields, including trade, culture, and education. Honorable Speaker, the mutual visa exemption agreement will facilitate diplomatic relations and foster closer diplomatic ties between the Gambia and Indonesia. By exempting diplomatic and service passport holders from visa requirements, the agreement streamlines diplomatic visits and interactions between officials of both countries. The agreement also aims to promote bilateral cooperation in various fields such as trade, culture, education, and tourism. By removing barriers to travel for diplomatic and working level personnel, it facilitates easier exchange of ideas, expertise, and resources between the two nations. By exempting diplomatic and service passport holders from visa requirements, the agreement can also facilitate business and investment activities between the Gambia and Indonesia. This may lead to increased trade and investment opportunities, contributing to economic growth and development in both countries. The agreement will also promote cultural exchange by facilitating easier travel for diplomats, technicians, and other public figures between the Gambia and Indonesia. This can lead to greater mutual understanding, appreciation of cultural diversity, and collaboration in cultural initiatives. By entering into this agreement, both governments demonstrate their commitment to mutual respect, goodwill, and friendship. It serves as a symbol of cooperation and solidarity between the Gambia and Indonesia, reinforcing their commitment to positive diplomatic relations. The Gambia and Indonesia share mutual commitment to promoting peace, stability, and mutual prosperity. Ratifying this agreement will further enhance our bilateral relations and promote people-to-people interaction between our two nations. Furthermore, the agreement on mutual exemption of visa requirements will streamline administrative processes, reduce bureaucratic hurdles, and encourage more frequent exchanges at the diplomatic level, thereby benefiting both countries. Therefore, I urge all esteemed members of this Assembly to support this motion for the ratification of the agreement on mutual visa exemption of diplomatic and service passport holders between the Gambia and Indonesia in recognition of the mutual benefits it offers to both nations. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
Honorable Minister, continue on the other one.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the August Assembly to consider ratifying the agreement on mutual visa exemption for holders of diplomatic passports between the government of the Republic of the Gambia and the government of the Republic of Azerbaijan. the agreement on mutual visa exemption for holders of diplomatic passports between the government of the Republic of the Gambia and the Republic of Azerbaijan is a significant diplomatic concurrence aimed at facilitating travel and promoting closer diplomatic ties between our two countries. This agreement allows holders of diplomatic passports from both countries to enter, exit, transit, and stay in the territory of the other country without the need for a visa. It streamlines diplomatic visits, enhances bilateral relations, and fosters cooperation between the Gambia and Azerbaijan. Honorable Speaker, the primary objective of this agreement is to facilitate smoother diplomatic exchanges between the Gambia and Azerbaijan. By exempting holders of diplomatic passports from visa requirements, the agreement promotes easier travel for diplomatic officials and fostering closer diplomatic ties between our nations. Simplifying the visa process for holders of diplomatic passports encourages more frequent and efficient communication between diplomats, government officials, and representatives of both countries. This facilitates smoother coordination on matters of mutual interest and concern. The agreement promotes people-to-people contacts by facilitating easier travel for diplomats, by allowing greater interaction and exchange of experience between the citizens of the Gambia and Azerbaijan. Ratifying this agreement demonstrates our commitment to strengthening diplomatic relations and promoting cooperation with Azerbaijan. It represents a significant step towards fostering closer ties and advancing mutual interests between our two nations. Therefore, I urge all esteemed members of this August Assembly to support this motion for the ratification of the agreement on mutual visa exemptions for holders of diplomatic passports between the Gambia and Azerbaijan, recognizing its importance in advancing our diplomatic relations and promoting mutual benefits. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. Any seconder? Number 4, Lower Salum on both motions.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second both motions that is led by the Honorable Minister. And again, being the Vice Chairman of Foreign Affairs, I'm happily to second the motions. Honorable Speaker, one thing that I want to, whether it can happen in the agreement, to include the students that are going for studies and medical treatment. If there's any possibility for them also to be catered in this, it will be happy. Thank you very much.
It has been, honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that this Honorable Assembly do consider the mutual visa exemption agreement for diplomatic and service passport holders between the Republic of the Gambia and the Republic of Indonesia. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. I'll put the second question. It has been moved and seconded that this Honorable Assembly do consider the mutual visa exemption agreement for diplomatic passport holders between the Republic of the Gambia and the Republic of Azerbaijan. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members who wishes to take part in the debate may do so now. And I will want to excuse myself for about a minute or so. And as president that I created last week, in the order of precedence, I will allow the minority leader to step in on my behalf. Now, I'll give the floor to who? Okay, the member for Opanyomi, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Minister, thank you very much for presenting these two important motions before this August Assembly. In your first motion, it was an agreement for diploma holders and service passport holders between the Republic of the Gambia and Indonesia. And in your second motion, you were only restricted at the diplomatic passport holders, not including service passport holders. And I don't know the reason why it's not extended to service passport holders. And the other thing, like the Honorable Member for Lower Salon, what he suggested, that why not also try to consider the people in the critical needs, those in the education, students that are going for their education in those countries, and those seeking for medical treatment, even our businessmen who wanted to explore those countries. So to be giving them that special attention and special treatment, I think it will be very important. So thank you so much for laying these two important motions before this August, and thank you so much.
Honorable Member for Bakau. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. The topic before us is very simple, and I think every member will give a support to the said motion. The motion is talking about mutual exemption of visa requirement for diplomatic passport holders and service passport holders. Honorable Speaker, according to my observation, the two countries, Indonesia and Azerbaijan, when you look at the geographical area of these two countries, we have very limited citizens of the Gambia who travel to these countries. So I'll appeal to the Honorable Minister for the exemption of this visa to include all ordinary passport holders, since the geographical area of these countries are very critical to the government. So we have very limited people who travel to these countries. So on that note, I'll give my 100% support to the motions. I thank you very much.
Honorable Member for Bakau. Next on the list, the Honorable Nominated Member, Cheba Lang Fofana.
Honorable Speaker, I didn't raise my tag. But since I'm being called, I would use the opportunity to congratulate the Minister for bringing forth these two agreements and just zoom into what the member for Opanyomi have said. That is to say, it will be ideal to include the service passport holders and businessmen. This will really add value to those two segments of our society. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the privilege.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Next on the list, Honorable Member for Fonyi, Councillor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs for heavily tabling these two important motions. I also will join looking at the interest base of Indonesia in terms of education and also health and training. So I believe also student cadre could also be included in making sure students are also exempted from this, and again also business. Indonesia also is very crucial in religious aspects. Sometimes people go there for religious teachings, learning, a host of things. So scholarly also will also be very, very important for them to include them, because we've seen a lot of students who are learning both English and Arabic, and also including Azerbaijan as another gate for our business sector. Finally, I will raise my voice high, the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, that your position of Commonwealth, you are never alone. We will also include you in our prayers, and raise your head up. Forget about the distractors. Together we can build this nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Next on the list, Honorable Member Upper Flood West.
Yes, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I think first of all, I have to thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs for bringing this before the Parliament for ratification. I think this is very, very important because both countries are going to benefit. That is Gambia, Indonesia, and then Gambia, Azerbaijan. But the only concern that I have, if you look at the agreement, is talking about the first agreement, that is Indonesia, is talking about service passport holders and diplomatic passport holders. And then for me, if there is need be, like, for example, like students, because we all know Indonesia, you have some Gambians, they do travel to Indonesia for studies, even in assembly here, a parliamentarian whose daughter is studying in Indonesia. So it's a clear testimony that if we can, create that opportunity for students also to be included, and businessmen and women who wants to go to Indonesia to do business. Apart from that, I think this agreement is very timely, and then it's a good agreement, and it's going to be a win-win situation for both countries. So therefore, without much ado, I think I have to thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs, and also just alluded by the Honorable Member for Fonyi Councillor, in your quest to be the Secretary General of the Commonwealth. The entire nation is behind you, and inshallah, by the grace of Allah, we will achieve what we want as a nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Next on the list, Honorable Member Chiang West.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I want to withdraw my, my argument, but I want to thank you for smoothly coordinating, this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, for that word of commendation. Then, next on the list, Honorable Member Nyanija.
Don't serious.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs. And then this is a very laudable initiative as far as diplomacy and international relations is concerned. These are two countries that we have very similar characteristics as far as population is concerned. So thank you very much for bringing this, but I want to urge you to consider some of the concerns the members are raising, like the issue of the Azerbaijan, which I don't need to raise, whereas it's only diplomatic, it's to be extended to service holders, because most of the time, if you travel on official mission, we are with our officers, and then acquiring visa is always a headache. And the other thing is, let us explore, let's expand more, so that we can have more countries, whereas even no need for ordinary citizens to be acquiring visa. There are some strategic countries, there are some specific countries that we need to start entering into such agreements, because I know some countries have more advantage than us with regards to certain visa exemption, but I think we should explore. I think with your leadership, we have achieved a lot so far, and I think we should continue to achieve that, because Gambia is no more an island. We are not isolated under your leadership as Minister of Foreign Affairs. I just want to urge you to continue the good job you are doing as far as that is concerned. And then we are behind you in all aspects. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Next, Honorable Member Lower Salum.
I didn't debate. I am called by the Speaker now. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the floor. And Honorable Speaker, I also give my colleague, you are fit in that seat. Honorable Speaker, let me also give my colleague on this agreement that was brought by the minister, my able minister. And Honorable Speaker, it's good and it's a work of the minister to facilitate those things for our citizens. Because if you said you are exempt from visa, not only members of parliament or office holders can holding a diplomatic passport. There are businessmen also who also had diplomatic passport. But in this regard, students that, because I am not checking on Google, Asabadan is 97% Muslim. As Muslims, yes. And 3% Christians. And again, it's good. You go for negotiation on maybe our students that wants to go to studies there, that can easily facilitate their visas. You go to Indonesia. Sometimes it's difficult. You get a person that you want to repatriate to Indonesia. To get a visa is also difficult. But normally the Minister of Finance and Foreign Affairs normally coordinate that one. But then, if we can add this thing in this agreement, that will help our people. And Honorable Speaker, I also join my colleague, member for Fonyi and Upper Fuladu. It is not part of the agenda that is given to us, but also being, trying to represent the Gambian flag as the Secretary General, we need to salute him. He's not there going there as a minister or as Tangra, but going there to represent our flag, red, white, blue, white, green. We all should join him, to raise our voice in this. And again, if you check on his historical tenure in office, he is the most senior foreign minister. Those people who are looking for this position. I think we also, and he's representing us fully. These are the issues that we can say. When he is there as a Secretary General, then Gambia will be recognized in all things. So we are praying for you, and the entire Gambian people are praying for you to win that suit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Next on the list, Honorable Member Latrikunda Sabiji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Minister, thank you very much for your comment. But before I join my colleagues to support this laudable venture, I want also to be very clear in the first place, because last time when you brought similar agreement here, we were instructed or advised to also include ordinary passport holders. Now you brought another agreement, and that's not the case. Before I join my colleagues to bless it, how was this decision reached? What were the factors you considered before you reached to this decision? That's number one. Number two, what measures are put in place in case there is misuse of this agreement? Number three, tell us the economic impact, particularly on trade and tourism. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member Latrikunda Sabiji. Next, Honorable Member Nyamina Weiss.
Thank you very much. Speaker, I am very much pleased and happy for these two agreements in front of us. This is a commendable effort, and I think, like some of my colleagues mentioned, Gambia is not an island, and that we are very proud that we have well-experienced and expertise in front of us here today presenting this agreement, who is nobody but our able Minister of Finance, able Minister of Foreign Affairs. Like he rightly mentioned in the objectives in his document, this will foster cooperation between these two nations, and it will enhance smooth diplomatic coexistence for easy visa access and traveling. So therefore, we don't hesitate, and I urge all my colleague member of parliament to definitely ratify this agreement. I will also comment, or I'll say big thank to the Honorable Minister for the position that he is contesting, and we are all praying so that this will be achieved. Some of my colleague members mentioned it here that we need an expansion. The topic here today, or in front of us, is limited to diplomatic and service passport holders. But we would have loved that, to myself, every other Gambian passport, because this will expose us. And we all know the foreign or the traveling adventure, the contribution that it is making in our economy. Well, let's not think that if we open this to all Gambian passport holders, that all Gambians will travel. But it will also mitigate many other things, that is a lack of employment, and also the illegal migration that is frustrating us. I have experienced Venezuela, and I had a good name of him there, that is the minister in front of here. I would have loved that the Gambia also explore the benefits in Venezuela. I was there in this recent election as an election observer, just this recent election, through the parliamentary delegates group as the head of the delegate. And that I want to put to the minister that there are many delegates to foreign countries here, and we have their heads that have already experienced those countries, and we have a lot for him. We would love that through our chairman of the foreign committee, that is the majority leader, to meet the minister himself and put to him what we have in our mouths about these countries, the good things of those countries that are ready to do with the Gambia. And that, like my colleague said, we want to open to other countries so that the Gambia will explore benefits in these countries. Therefore, we could help the Gambian citizens for all passports for many other countries to be free in visa accessibility and easy transportation to and fro from this country to other countries to adventure, and also to bring back to our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Finally, Honorable Member Sane Menturi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I don't think this noble house will do justice without hearing the voice of women, the women parliamentarians, and adding our voice to this noble document. This is the main reason why I have to wrap up and then add our blessing to this motion. And also for the fact that it is catered for the diplomatic and service passports, but I'm also adding my voice that let it be open for the country also. I know we are benefiting respectful travel, but it also be added that we will travel respectfully, because we know what we experience with regards to this backway syndrome. This can also open gates for youths at least to be going out to learn in both countries, and then also to go for other greener pastures. On that note, I add my voice to it. Thank you very much.
Honorable Member and Honorable Members, now that there is no other member on the list for interventions, I can now call on the... Okay, I was made to understand. Olindo, you have something to say? You withdraw? In the absence of no member taking part in the debate, I now call upon the mover of the motion, that is the Honorable Minister, to respond to issues raised and then wind up the debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members of the National Assembly. I think I can lump up all the questions, answer them, because basically they are the same questions. I will be the happiest one if we can get exemption for all passport, be it diplomatic, service, ordinary passport. But to get the exemption requires a lot of negotiations. And you know, today, the biggest challenge that the whole world is facing is migration. And when countries are challenged with difficulties, the migrants are the scapegoats. So taking such a decision to open up and allow each and everyone to have access without visa will bring them major criticism. They are politicians like you and me, so they take into consideration the views of their constituencies. And we signed the exemption after back and forth, many negotiations, and we are doing the same with other countries. And hopefully, when we go to the GA, we'll be signing one major one. I just got the information today, and that also will come here for ratification, but I will not disclose the country here. Of course, when you have students going, the ideal thing will be to get them, or people going for treatment, but countries are governed by laws, and there is not much we can do with that. We will negotiate, we'll appeal to them. There are countries who are having those benefits, but if they reciprocate also, I think it will be to their advantage, because a country like Indonesia having the largest Muslim population compared to Gambia, if we enter such agreement and they decide to come, we'll be the losers in this. So I think we have to be also very careful. But the fundamental problem is that everybody is today trying to fight against irregular migration. And unfortunately, most of the time, our young ones think that are attracted by the mirrors of the other part of the world, thinking that the roads outside are paved with gold. But the challenges are everywhere the same. So it's always good to go in an ordinary manner, and that's why I was here when I told you about the negotiation to have an agreement with Spain on circular migration, and thank God that has been signed just recently following the visit of the President of the Government of the Kingdom of Spain. I think basically the questions are around that, apart from that of the Honorable Member from Latrikunda Sabiji, who is saying what are we going to do in case of misuse of this agreement. I think the people who will misuse it will not do justice to the Gambia, because if you are given this privilege, you should use it properly. And if it is not done properly, the other country can also withdraw from it. So it's our responsibility to make sure that it's used properly. The economic and trade impact, I think once you open the doors, you open opportunities for others. And I think the OIC was a very good opportunity for people to know the Gambia. Most of this agreement came as a result of us organizing the OIC, and many people, it was not only their first visit to Gambia, but to Africa. And that has opened a lot of opportunities and the desire to come and invest here. So hopefully we think with some goodwill, they have more advantages than us. And sometimes I say, when we say, what do we benefit from doing this? Let's look at the other side also. If they ask that, it will be very difficult for us to get any agreement signed, because the benefits, when you compare it, we tend to benefit more than them. Nyamina West is limited to business people. Of course, business people, credible business people, most of them have actually a diplomatic passport. For others, you cannot. Today, you have many people who claim also to be business people, but who are misrepresenting that function. Of course, we will continue to engage other countries to have more agreement on exemption of visa for diplomatic and service passport holders. Usually it's limited to that, but we'll do our best to engage them for the ordinary passport. On the bid for the Commonwealth, I want to seize this opportunity also here to thank you. I'm not going as an individual. This is the term of Africa, and we've been chosen by the candidature committee of the African Union. All along, I did not campaign because we were fighting to have a consensus candidate, but where we cannot have it, we all have to run, and the countries will decide. It's a very complex process that many people don't understand. I see a lot of noise, but they don't even understand how it goes. But the fundamental thing, as you mentioned, is the flag. And other contenders are saying that when it's about the flag, they rally behind the flag, putting partisan politics aside. So here we are representing not only Gambia, but Africa. So we pray to God Almighty to do what is best. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Honorable Minister, thank you. I was coming there, but after the vote. I was coming to the issue of the Commonwealth. But thank you. Honorable members, I want to thank the Honorable Minister. No, not yet. You have your business is that way. No. Yeah, you can wait. Yes, you can sit down. Thank you, Honorable Minister, and I want to thank Honorable members for your participation on these two very important motions. And I will put the question. Be it resolved that this Honorable Assembly do ratify the mutual visa exemption agreement for diplomatic and service passport holders between the Republic of the Gambia and the Republic of Indonesia. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. I will put the second question. Honorable members, be it resolved that this Honorable Assembly do ratify the mutual visa exemption agreement for diplomatic passport holders between the Republic of the Gambia and the Republic of Azerbaijan. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation and Government Abroad, on behalf of both sides of the Assembly, we want to thank you, and of course we are aware that you are the candidate for the Republic of the Gambia and now telling us by extension for the African bloc for the position of Secretary General of the Commonwealth of Nations. This as a country we take pride of, and we wish you well, and we hope that at the end of the day, during the SOGOM meeting, you will emerge victorious. That will only improve and enhance the Gambia's international image, and every Gambian should be proud of. And as Speaker of the National Assembly and members of the National Assembly, we wish you well, and we wish every Gambian, and we're proud that His Excellency the President endorsed your candidature, and good luck. See you at the Chogo. So we urge that every Gambian continue to pray for you and wish you well, because this is about the Gambia, not an individual. Thank you very much, and good luck, sir. You may leave. Thank you. Clerk, you may proceed. You may leave now, Minister. Clerk, you may proceed.
Motion. Be it resolved that this August Assembly do consider and confirm the replacement and appointment of members of the Armed Forces Council by Honorable Minister for Defense.
Honorable Minister, may I take the podium.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members of this August Assembly, good morning to you all. Honorable Speaker, motions for the replacement and appointment of members of the Armed Forces Council
Honorable Speaker, I rise to table a motion for the replacement of 2 members of the Armed Forces Council who are presently out of the jurisdiction of the Gambia. Retired Lieutenant Colonel Abdoulaye Conte and Mr. Yusufa B. Diba. Honorable Speaker, allow me to draw your attention to the provision of the 1997 Constitution, Section 189(1). There shall be an Armed Forces Council which shall consist of the Vice President as Chairman, the Secretary of State responsible for Defense, the Chief of Defense Staff, the Armed Forces Chief of Staff, the Deputy Chief of Defense Staff, the Commanders of Services, the Army, Navy, and Air Force, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Defense, and 2 other persons appointed by the President, subject to confirmation by the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, in pursuance to the 1997 Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia under Section 189, His Excellency the President and Commander-in-Chief has granted approval for the above-mentioned members of the Armed Forces Council to be replaced by Rear Admiral Sajo Fofana and Dr. Cherno Omar Bari. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, I submit this motion for the approval of this August Assembly for the replacement of the 2 members of the Armed Forces Council. Honorable Speaker, I hereby move the motion. Thank you.
The second, Majority Leader and Member for All Yundum and Deputy Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion, of course. And of course wanted to take part in the debate. Honorable Speaker, the motion before us is very simple. I think it's a replacement motion for the Armed Forces Council. And having gone through the document that is submitted to us, you can see the CV of the individuals that are being replaced. The retired Rear Admiral Sajo Fofana and Dr. Cherno Omar Bari. These are household names in the Gambia. And of course, even for Dr. Cherno Omar Bari, I think everybody knows that individual. He has been in the civil service for quite a long time, and his service to the Gambia is well recognized. Having such an individual in the council, I think, will enhance the Armed Forces Council and, to support them to be able to, exercise the functions that the council is expected to do. So with this experience, this will help a lot. And of course, even Sergeant Fofana, who has been at the Navy, the naval, unit, is also an individual who supported the Navy for quite a long time. We've known him, his service to that part of the force is well recognized as well. So I think all of us together, with these names that are submitted to us, I'm not sure whether we will have any objection in this National Assembly, of course, to support the submitted names for the council to be established and then start functioning and support the armed forces in their work. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, it has been moved and seconded that this Honorable Assembly do consider the replacement and appointment of members of the Armed Forces Council. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. An honorable member who wishes to take part in the debate may now do so by show of tag, beginning with the Minority Leader and Member for Brikama North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and the Honorable Minister of Defense, for ably laying this motion that is for replacement of members of the Armed Forces Council. Precisely the two members that are supposed to be appointed by the President, in relation to the constitutional requirement, considering the fact that the two are currently out of the country and therefore they will require to be replaced. In that vein, two people are said to be appointed in the passing of Dr. Chorna Omar Bari and retired Rear Admiral Sajo Fofana. Honorable Speaker, as the seconder of the motion rightly alluded, the two names are very familiar and they are eminent personalities in their respective fields. And indeed, they serve the Gambia at their best. I have the belief that the trust and the confidence the President has in them to appoint them worth considering. I only noted the part of the motion that went further to request that is in page 2, since the Gambia Armed Forces does not have an Air Force at the moment, we kindly solicit the inclusion of the commander of the Republican National Guards to be a member of the Armed Forces Council. That is to say, if you look at the composition, the commanders of the services, that is the Army, Navy, and Air Forces, should form part of the council automatically by virtue of their positions. Since we don't have the armed forces, they are recommending, or the minister is recommending to the National Assembly to consider Republican National Guards. I want to be guided the constitutionality of that. Since this is a constitutional provision, whether in the absence of that particular portfolio, the National Assembly has a mandate to recommend for a position that is not spelled out in the Constitution. And what was the thing that you were doing before this replacement? I want to believe since then there had not been Air Force, and somebody by virtue of this constitutional provision must have been nominated and appointed. What was the trend before this? And then guide me the constitutional provision, whether we have the mandate to do so when it is spelled otherwise in the Constitution.
Thank you. Honorable members, at this juncture, I wish to recognize the President of His Excellency, the Vice President, Mr. Muhammad B.S. Jallo, who is here to attend to business on this docket. Mr. Vice President, you are welcome. I now give the floor to the member for Latikunda Sabiki.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Minister, thank you for your presentation. Honorable Minister, any security-related thing that is brought before this National Assembly, myself, I'm very particular about its significance to the security sector reform that this country has committed itself to for the past 8 years. Now, we are removing 2 persons, that is Yusufa Diba and Ablai Conte. They serve in this council. I don't know what was their achievement, but to be very precise, they were not able to achieve the security sector reform. You know, it's not about changing names and nomenclatures. It's not about bringing papers. What is more important is now your ministry should now be very committed to this security sector reform. This is what is very urgent for your ministry, and this is what you need to escalate the urgency of the matter. Not changing names, serving in committees, and we are not realizing the actual security sector reform. So please, I'm appealing to you in the name of Allah. This is what you should do now. Make sure this security sector reform is achieved so that we have foreign troops outside our country now. We're going to be having foreign troops in the middle, in the middle of our country, manning checkpoints for the past 8 years. Look at Biam. For the past 8 years, there is foreign security manning checkpoints. This has to stop now, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much.
Member for Fonyi Councillor, you have the floor.
All right, thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, I thank the Minister of Defense for heavily refilling the positions that were vacant due to Diba and also Conte being on their other mission. Honorable Speaker, I believe defense security is as important as our daily activities. More so the council that will look into the affairs of the day-to-day running of the security in this country. Honorable Speaker, the two men of this country that are being nominated for our approval, that is Admiral Sergio Fofana and Dr. Cherna Barry. Looking at their key role in the country, they've definitely performed. In this issue where Admiral Sergio Fofana has served in the military for quite a while and has got a befitting track record in the Gambia Armed Forces and also the Naval. I think this is an appointment that we think is in line and it should work towards achieving. Looking at the cognizance aspect of whoever will lead this council must be seen as a member who has served with befitting track record, where no ambiguity or black spot would be labeled to him or her. And also looking at Dr. Barry, has also worked with Minister of Presidential Affairs, Minister of Defense, Human Rights Commission, a lot of areas that I think his services will be fully needed. And I also want to ask the Minister of Defense whether, as other commissioners, whether there are defects where if you are serving in this council, you will not be able to do other jobs somewhere. Looking at the role that Dr. Barry has played, he is a seasonal lecturer, and his services is needed in the educational fraternity, whether it will also work well for him to continue the good work in the educational sector that he's also doing. Secondly, also, you've also suggested the replacement of Air Force as known and now is not available in this country, where the commander of the Republican Guard would be a member of the Armed Forces Council. I want to get this clear, Honorable Defense Minister. The post of this Republican National Guard is vacant. Is it filled? If not, if we approve this, who will be the next to be part and parcel of this Defense and Security Council? Because here you're talking of the National Republican Guard. And again, also, the Constitution has also clearly said that Air Force. And I think also the onus lies on you as the Defense Minister to work every possible. What are the needed tools to establish this unit in order for us to be at par with the Constitution? So these are my area of intervention, and I believe Rear Admiral Sergio Fofana is a decent officer. He has served in the army with a track record, and there are no black spots laid on him, differing to others who are labeled and be seen still serving in the army. So I believe so. He is fit for the position, and I will also ask my fellow honorable members to rally behind making sure we approve these two gentlemen who have served this nation. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, the minority leader and member for Birkama not raise fundamental point which may probably an issue of order in the submission of the Honorable Minister for Defense in respect of the composition of members of the Council, the Minister included in his submission, if you go to D, that's the composition. Okay, let's start with the Vice President, the Minister responsible for Defense, the Chief of Defense Staff, and D, the Armed Forces Chief of Staff, in bracket, i.e. Deputy Chief of Defense Staff. I am not sure if the Deputy Chief of Defense Staff is the Armed Forces Chief of Staff. And the last page, he talks about the inclusion of the Commander of the Republican National Guard in place of the Air Force Commander at the time. When you read Section 189 of the 1997 Constitution, it states that the Armed Forces Council, there shall be an Armed Forces Council which shall consist of the Vice President as chairperson, the Minister for the time being responsible for defense, the Chief of Defense Staff, the Armed Forces Chief of Staff, the commanders of the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force, the Permanent Secretary Ministry responsible for defense, and 2 orders. The 2 orders, that's what we are dealing with today, that is in order. But the Deputy Chief of Defense Staff and all the inclusion of the Commander of the Republican National Guard, it may not be in order. It's against the provisions of Section 189 of the 1997 Constitution. I would urge the Minister in his response to withdraw that part of his statement. Yes, Minority Leader and member for
in addition, in addition, not only E, as you rightly mentioned, where he put Armed Forces Chief of Staff and in bracket, the Deputy Chief of Defense Staff. I think this is exclusively for the Chief of Staff. That cannot be alternated with the Deputy Chief of Staff.
Motion.
Yeah, honorable members, honorable member for Brikamanot and Minority Leader, yeah, thank you very much. I noted that. Honorable Minister for Defense, locally that the chairperson of the Armed Forces Council is here with us, that His Excellency the Vice President, and I will urge that we will deal with G for now. Then in your statement you can withdraw the Republican National Guard, and then when you go, you regularize internally in accordance with the 1997 Constitution. The chairperson and yourself can take note. Your Excellency, sir. Yes, the member for Nyanija. Member for Lower Salum.
Honorable, I'm just trying to challenge the procedure that, because already the motion was led by the minister. If it's possible, if the motion can be withdrawn, wait. and to exempt, because in the 1997, because what is there, he put it the way it is, or to expunge what should not be there. Then we can deal with the motions. But for now, we can't deal with the motion when this thing is there. Because already it has been seconded. But if we can reverse our other decision, then we can proceed. Because on our procedures, I think. I'm now telling the procedures. No.
Order, Deputy Majority Leader and Member for Olyundum.
Honorable Speaker, I think what we are dealing with is simple. From what we have, I think you said it yourself. The inclusion of the Republican National Guard, that is not in the Constitution. That's what we are talking about. It's included in the motion. So the minister can withdraw that, and then we move with the rest of what we have in the motion. Because that is in line. So we can rescind the earlier decision, the earlier motion, to exclude the inclusion of the Republican National Guard, and then we move on.
Honorable members, please hold on. We're dealing with one item, that is G, those two. But what triggered this is because of the Honorable Minister's mention of the inclusion of the Chief of the Republican National Guard. And then we realized, even in his motion, he also included the Deputy Chief of Defense Staff, and as per the provision, who is not also a member of the Armed Forces Council. Now, two things. He can withdraw his motion, or to expunge things that are not, of course, things that are part of his motions and are not in line with the constitutional provisions, and we continue. I'll give Nyanija, a nominated member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think initially I wanted to come in, but I withdrew. But I think we are in order. If there is anything which you know that it is not in line with the constitutional provision, just please move a motion, we expunge that, and we move on, rather than dilly-dallying.
Honorable, can you please repeat that again? No, your contribution, not
I said, since there are some texts in the motion which you know that they are not in line with the constitutional provisions, you can simply move a motion to amend whatever that need to be expunged, and we move on.
Nominated Member Kebalang Fofana, I think you've made a very valid contribution, Member for Nyanija. Nominated Member Kebalang Fofana, you have the point.
Honourable Speaker, exactly the point. There is no need for the minister to withdraw his motion, since the issue was raised by the minority leader and member for Birkama North, and now we are pivotal. Exactly what is inconsistent with the provisions of Section 189 of the Constitution. What we can do is pass a motion, and at the end of the day, we must also be cognizant of the fact that the Speaker will ask the question after the minister's reply. So we can move a motion, expunge what is inconsistent with the provisions of Section 189 of the Constitution, and when you are asking the question, you can say as amended, and then we move it. You know?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think Standing Order 58, amendment of a motion, can help us a way out. 58.7, notwithstanding of paragraph 1.5, when a motion is under consideration in the Assembly or in a committee, thereof, a speaker at the speaker discretion, an amendment may be proposed to the motion if it is relevant thereto. I think here we can definitely apply this provision and then amend the motion and continue.
Honorable members, he is in order. You know, he is the mover of the motion. He can either withdrawing, he can either withdraw or amend. he can, and members also can move a motion, but it is best appropriate, him being the owner of the motion, to move a motion and amend so that we deal with G. And we have to do the right things. So I've already ruled on that, in accordance with his statement, D and his second to last paragraph, or last paragraph, second to last paragraph is not in order, it's not in accordance with the constitutional provision. Minority Leader?
Yeah, I think the debate can continue while the minister take note and respond to issues. At the end, we can do the needful. Please. We can do the needful.
Order, please, honorable member.
That is, as rightly alluded, there is no need for the minister to withdraw the motion. As you said, he can either amend or the parliament can also amend. Where we feel needed to be amended, we can amend those two areas, but there is no need for withdrawal of the motion.
Thank you, member for Brikama North. No, I will instruct that he amend the motion now, so that when we continue on the debate, when members are debating, they will debate on the correcting, on the things that is before, so that the issue of when we get to the voting, we will amend it. He would have done that. And once we are debating, we'll only be debating with writing. The Minister, can you please move a motion to amend for the withdrawal of D and your second to last paragraph?
Speaker, before he amend, I have something. Yes. Speaker. What is the problem?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to then move a motion to amend Section 189D in the motions that reflects the Armed Forces Chief of Staff, so the position of the Deputy Chief of Defense Staff. What actually happened is that in the 1997 Constitution...
Honorable Minister, sir.
Okay.
Please, honorable members, please. Honorable Minister, sir, you are not moving a motion to amend 189, but to amend your motion.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Go ahead, Minister.
Then I would like to move a motion to amend Section 189D. D.
Honorable Minister, please take your seat, sir. Clerk. Honorable Minister, let's just bear with us for a few seconds. Honorable Minister, are you ready now? Yeah, please, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, let's continue. Honorable Minister, you may take the podium.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to move a motion to amend the main motion to delete letter D, as well as to delete the third paragraph of the third point of the last paragraph. Thank you.
Any seconder? Member for Lower Salom.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second motion.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the main motion be amended to delete letter D and second to last paragraph on the main motion. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you, Mr. Minister. You may take your seat as we continue with the debate. Thank you. Now we will continue from where we stopped. And on that note, I will invite the list. Clerk is 40 in December. The member for Sami, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister for Defense. Honorable Speaker, what is before us is to consider and confirm the replacement and appointment of members of the Armed Forces Council. Honorable Speaker, as it is clearly stated in the 1997 Constitution, Section 189(1), we have seen who are supposed to be in that composition. Honorable Speaker, what interests me most is the last part, G. I just want to be guided, because if you look at the composition, you can not see clearly whether they have taken the gender perspective or not. Because the president should appoint 2 persons. I'm not saying that the 2 persons that the president have appointed, they don't have the experience. They have the experience. But I would rather like it to be a male and a female. So I want to ask whether there is no female in our armed forces that don't have such kind of qualification. If they do, I think sometimes when we are doing appointment, Honorable Speaker, we put on our gender lenses. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the member for Upper Fuladu West.
Yes, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. And then, first of all, I think I have to thank the Minister for Defense, bringing this before Parliament for final confirmation. I think this is all about democracy. And then it's what the minister and his team are demonstrating, that there is that vacuum in the Armed Forces Council, and they are trying to fix that vacuum. So we are very, very grateful coming to Parliament so that that vacuum can be fixed. And then if you look at these two, personalities that are appointed by the president in order to, fill those positions, Sadio Fofana, many of us, we knew him, that is a man who has worked with the armed forces, especially in the Navy, for so many years before he retired. And also, we all know Dr. Cherno Omar Bari is a household name in this country. He has worked in different ministries as permanent secretaries. So his credential is unquestionable. We all know these two personalities. For me personally, I have hope in them that fulfilling this position will be something of great. And then we are looking up to them, to work hard so that the security reforms that most of the Gambians are talking about, those dreams, will be actualized. So once again, without much ado, I have to thank the principal, that is the president, and also to thank the Minister of Defense for bringing this thing before Parliament. And I urge all members of Parliament, to support this crusade. It's very, very important. So I thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize the member for Jara West.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, let me also use this opportunity to thank the Minister of Defense, who is the mover of the motion. Honorable Speaker, the replacement of Lieutenant Colonel Abdullah Conte by retired Rear Admiral Sadio Fofana is a good move. As the previous speaker said, Sadio Fofana is God-fearing, and then we know when he was with the Navy, heading the Navy, we have all seen what Sadio have achieved in this country. So